and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown, and I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
ade heba manager ne fie na ɔyɛ housework ɛwɔ fie no nti ɔno hɔ na ɔyɛ adwuma ɔno ɔdware nkwalaa na ɔde nkwalaa no kɔ school nti ade kyɛ ne papa ne sɛ ne phone mmiɛnsa ne laptop baako ayera ɔno ɔdɔ mo kɔ Adembra police station ɛwɔ Kumasi ɔno nti ɔde mu 2 weeks nti last Monday ɔmo de no call court and I called nso ɔmo tua bail 40,000
ɔbaa bɛɛ ma ɔne ne wo yɛ a ɔno nso asɛm na ha na ɔpɛ sɛ nkɔboa no osimi nkyɛn ohwɛ ne chalo watekura ɛhyɛ no a there is no way a obetimi even if he wants to help
ahwɛfoɔ sɛ opɛ sɛ uhu Crime Check Foundation yɛn dwumadi a yɛdi abrɛ ne abrɛ nyinaa kɔ yɛn YouTube channel Crime Check TV GH subscribe mame
sɛ wo subscribe wia me adoma ne so sɛ na video bi a yɛde bɛtu wo bia obehu medamase
21st clinic say eba sciatica no ho every wo sisimu kono a wo to ase ho no ntini na fa wo srem ekosi wo na ase ho no ebo betimi atutu ama wo ankasa wo hu ba bia enye enti 21st clinic wo mo na ye sciatica expert e wo Ghana ha wo mo de bibiduro so ho abibiduro ankasa ene besa o yade no masa de machine aka ho yade abibiduro ka ho ne asa de wato machine so ya san ya o massage bi ye wi a herbal treatment yade awono ama ho eye sciatica 21st clinic na ye expert a wotu ase Ghana ha ba bia wo mo ho enkran domi market wo ho heavy do dan mo wo ho ena Kumasi nso ahia uduru session so wo mo na nue dwabo so wo mo wo ho sunyane ni wenchi ni ba bia nkranza 0540 311 311 0540-311-311. There's a 21st clinic. Woman is sciatica expert.
You are for Crime Check TV assign abamunchen bi menene baya na ya simbia enena mo from mama ya rehose. Eye raba bia owo Kumasi Brono e fro hose Jericho. Na say raba e kana semi bema onena wo ba ko amiati asese o de Esther. Na ereyi ne nsam ne na mo wiem. Sisi e na mo kasa yi our Central Police Station ewo Kumasi adentia or a house help na ifia woman no ifira de say wa fa na laptop and a phones miensa nti wa me ache no na raise da ye bisa na also o ka de seso wo ka enye ono ene faaye ya te say watchman wo fie ho ono so ye kire ne bi omo makeka ho ye jai obi a ye nua ba Esther edi esu yesu wasu ono so mobrowa ohiani wa house help ye nim say ye adwuma sikabia enhyeda enim na oye den akofa lawyer na asemi no a police for the court ama court nyina so ne say ye nua ba ye ni bail condition no ene say won fa 40,000 Ghana cedis meto ho answer na court eje ni mo kakra na no nkire say watete ne ho na se wanya de a na se so okofa asase ana efie nkrata edeba na ade a yare ho a time bia yetan ho ene okọ police cells a enipa pigum ebinim edi 2 years 3 years 4 years because bail condition want me am for fail na sebe ohiani wa na also onkofa dan papers a na ni fie kura mpo no not dan kura nso to a esutu mabubu ne paper we na okofa aba nti ama police cells enye prisons nko police cells p aye emma ni pede bu ho kura asem no onim ho hwe court se ema ne bail na enso no ntimi meet bail condition nti no won aka ho sa no ma we nyina no ye tieti a won fa ho bi so eya ho mete pa na sa asemi enipa pii na afre me mo free mia bebre se ewra na asem no eya won are ho ye nyina enim se ntwato so wo ho ebi ne meti ko prison na de nti o ko prison kra no won enim ho hwe obi ho bet ma kire say I will show you where power lies so bi time wa eni ten obeko. Anything I say the prison is everybody's potential second home. And you'll be a prison. And a be a weddy bonnet. Now, James here about the so I'm here to say so near Ray. I will a back na you can see a corner ho. Na any nutrition come kakra. James Akwaba. Asem bit my bonnet tofa. I'm say my church remove bebre. E ba ne say na wote asem.
Ma me na friend first say ma kola na ma ma achi na to na ko bet 1 week nka de chana pa na me friend papa ene pa so ko ye djuma o ta bia he ba manager ni fie no ye house work e o fie ni nti ono ho na o ye djuma ono dware nkwala na o de nkwala no ko school nti papa ni pie ono ba ono no ada be say 3 something nti de chana pa na papa ni say me phone yen sa ni laptop ba kwa ira ba ono papa ni bedroom no ko because omo loka wo gate ntu ni access ntumi enra ho na papa ni say odundum light no mo hwe camera no ni ta no hye no ene wo camera no
papa ni say o hwe camera no no ewra no
na ta no hye na ta mo ho camera no ba camera antre say bia wa fa bibi ho no ikare chi no me chiro ni script man no ono do mo ko Adembra police station e Kumasi ono ntomo do mba central police no be yo mo interview mo chuo mo no so mo jao script man e ka na kwa nto dem 2 weeks the last man they come no call court and a court so me to bail 40,000 so mo nya de onfa asase and as a cars and as a fee people say be cost be 40,000 and fam
na so one no oba
pa try
asem ne ba e otete
pa try
help pa yes so me to 40,000
pa try
oba na unim ni yi pa unim ni suban
pa try me nya ejuma ba almost 4 to 5 years
one na ye ejuma ba ade ejuma
why house when it's script or is lego hono
aha 90 asem ni si won kran ana Kumasi
esi Kumasi
unim ni su ye
ni su ba me ne try me mo se wa family bibia da
onye pasa
nda bia ni su bu and beside bia I say papa ne bedroom ka so ko on ra ho ntino ni mo ho hwe
ya che no wanya no ene na kasa
me na kasa 2 times
wo hwa wo hwe ne kasa mu ye ni sum sema oka ugidi se enoma no onim ho hwe
metima kasa nyama no onim ho hwe
ntu ugidi se onim ho hwe de a na obi na disa abone no ye de ahye no ana na udoni na 40,000 senka obema odo oba de o nhwe emyemfa oba odo no enko sebe besi akra obebo watade a obeton ntuma kakra egu ho obeton ye ni papi ye udo bia na James eden na waye afa ho
sika mo kan emu ye dru ntia ya menen papa kasa se be si dia no man hwe dia ebe fa ntimi ba ka me friend papa se se nti me se me betu mo no so se mitna ba dia kwanda mo ntimi fine dem ben ntia me ba betu mo se me ya be ya dia aboa no mo yi na fi wa ha no keka
na eba ye no monya lawyer ni because ensem say no nya lawyer ni a me gidi se eno so eboa lawyer call court no no anso eye oba na sem no de koto court no animu a itimi esesa no makakra eden ma ya fa
o se papa phone emu ye clear na bi owo kuma so mi ni mo ho ena na danfo na nka se bia me obama me direction so ne papa so ambo na danfo na amane nzi mi hu kwan me fa so a na ekoho the problem I go on the last time I catch a pass and go do police nyoma me no commander na yeden en kasa o se commander na so no obi an yeden en kasa
no obi an kasa
patron sana papa na catch re
sana papa na catch ya tifo nti ye bekọ eye lawyer ni Maame Doris ho na nchechemu a ono so betimi de aman wa asemi ho ya kofa de abremo hello la Doris
yeah
adisa mi ne aba
yeah oh patayo
there is this trending story there is a lady be our house help in Kumasi, and it is alleged say the owner of the house and they say the laptop needing 3 phones Ira, and then they looked in the CCTV. They didn't see the girl taking it, but who said your house help still and I'm moving up and down until the dress is shown, and the matter went to police. You're detaining for 2 weeks. You're detained and eventually as I call court on Monday. And the court is saying so the bill 40,000 Ghana cedis. And that's on for assassin on for document and now if you document is it right sir be demanded such huge bill when it has not been established beyond every reasonable doubt that she may have stolen the items?
You see what has happened, let's say like they have charged her for an offense.
Okay.
Which is in court for now. I don't know which offense that it is. So that one the court has to determine. Both has to determine whether she's guilty of the offense or not. But then since she was picked up they run out of like then the court has granted bail pending the determination of the matter. And what we are talking about are the bail conditions.
Sure.
So the bail conditions, I feel like they are looking at the value of the items, and then that one is supposed to be a surety. It's always supposed to guarantee for her. It's not the self-recognizance bail. Usually, when they give you a bill, they give you a bill sum. Which means that like if there's a bill sum of let's say 10,000. If they say, then they give a number of sureties, either 1, 2, or 3 sureties.
Okay.
If they say to be justified, because actually it depends on what the specific bail conditions are, but I'm just giving you the general scenario of what can happen.
Okay.
If they say to be justified, it means that one of, maybe if they say maybe 2 sureties want to be justified, it just means that, for instance, at least like one person should be able to have some property, should deposit some documents, either a property, it could be a house or a vehicle, which is equivalent to the value. Like if it's 1 surety, then it means the whole amount. If it's about 2 sureties, about half of the amount will be okay.
Let's look at the bail condition. There are so many people are sabi dema omo ye hia for me no ka say obey be mo ne wo ye ono so asem na ha no person ko boa no osimi nchen o hwe ne chalo wate kra ehye no a there is no way obetimi even if he wants to help. The father is a poor man. There are a lot of people because of these bail terms, omaka police cells. You are aware of it. You've been for 2 years, for 3 years, and tietia any power motisano and tietia omofa days.
Usually, there's a procedure to ask for a review of the bail conditions. Because as for bail, it's at discretion of the judge. Because if the same matter had gone before another judge, the bail conditions might have been different, but it depends either on the circumstances of the case. And sometimes even like the judge may look at the value of the items involved. Maybe I must say laptop, I must say this. I'm sure the facts of the case when they're going to put a certain value to the amount. Until I would say they say the bill sum is how much? 40,000.
40,000 cedis.
And I say they're in a laptop.
Laptop and 3 mobile phones. Minim your friend is saying the type of phones. I agree with you.
Because and the sum and and I make also it depends on the charges, maybe like what the charges have been. Maybe we obviously for you like this, maybe like you are known, you are prominent. Sometimes some people can give you self-recognizance.
Okay.
Maybe based on what you have
maybe I made the self-recognizance bill.
But usually
Sabio won't be at Esther, nature says o fulfill bill term no. Ebi asebe bi so ana ade no bone no kra nya wona udi ye ti se wanya ena se ye convicto ana ye jailu eventually. And let me add this, most of these people no are police stations no they cannot hide the services of lawyers. So your lawyer ni ebi a wo de okugina court abeti maka bi ama judge na etie. Don't you think so way na is a sort of abuse of the rights of people who are poor?
One would say there are some offenses we can call without a lawyer, but there are some offenses you need like a lawyer. So sometimes there are certain offenses the same men that say there's no way you can do a court can do a case without the accused being represented by a lawyer. Either maybe they can refer like the person to legal aid, because case I would say in some cases quite the same matter that you can't plead guilty for it. And I will plead guilty, but they'll still enter a plea of not guilty and make sure that you have a lawyer at least to put in a case for you. So like in a way, sometimes the people don't understand, and usually sometimes if the judge and he's the one by now the judge should have known that if the person is not represented by a lawyer. So if they're giving the bail conditions, and I make it's at the discretion. If I just do or my bail, if I am the team and I make if they are substance, we need to proceed a different lawyer, a different judge, he would have given a different bail condition. Because now they are all offenses are bailable. So it is for the court to decide whether if they are case where my bail and I say my bail and a bill now make and yes, I only jump by just if they are only opinion quite a bench in a man. So they like tennis and you're not going to jump at the end of my shit.
But the question I be trapped on is court don't you think say your friend is saying bail, imposing bail conditions, and the judge said okay, no, don't you think say arbitrary? Because to me, initial judge and answer, into no senitrimia den sebia. Na say who ya nisa. And don't they also consider the condition of the person? Say nipa way, you know, and ya deal bit more fulfill the bail term, much as the court may be doing the right thing. Any panel own to me fulfill. Ebasana and a maybe sabim na emrano yenchia ne kakra much as we are trying to implement what the law says.
Also that one no in a way, you know, like I'll say yes, because that is like a general effect. But why like we supposed to that at the end of the day the judge so a work on so he's not supposed to on also like any juma say like about you give a bail condition on to me can say like mama will bail. Also, even like there was there was even case beer. Papa be echo we are by how many tubers be. Yeah. And a judge a sentence no. And so the sentence to 3 years and by the value is not up to 100.
Of 6 tubers near 6. Me and me interview
So it is usually not so like the sensitization also has to go before the maybe like even to the judges dispenser that is not like should be seen to be done. But so like they should also be sensitized about how they apply the law, and you shouldn't use bail. If there are sometimes like the court found on this say if there are sometimes a bit member bail be when him say we no on to me as a form of punishment. Look or say member bail but just say on no on to me meet conditions no and that one is also wrong.
Any bail ni just any
and American on the court also found the law also frowns upon let's say judge member bail when him say bail we no like adding too much when him say be no on ya any anchor waka say woman cry in fact that is the essence of what you have done. So I don't know like what's it one man but it's some
between Ubuntu Heaven and Apollonia City of Light. You hear the names? Okay, so this particular property has a good road, there's water, there's light. People have already bought theirs and they are putting up their structures. If you can see, just call the numbers and get yours. Be your own landlord. It's about time. Stay tuned. Okay, so we just passed Car Junction. We are still going around the plot. As you can see to my left, that is Ubuntu Heaven. Some have already gotten their plots and then have their buildings ongoing. There's light, there's water as well. You wouldn't have problem with land litigation and land guards and all that. As you can see, there are no land guards around. There's a good place to invest if you need a plot of land, or you can even buy 2, 3, 4 and put up some businesses.
Eti emsa wote asema lawyer e kan ye nchese say na eden nchese chinchina ese say mo fulfill bail term no e dey na mo ya afa ho
say me frɛ na papa me ti de na papa kan na ndi e be ya afa
na wo ade na wo ya afa
o say bo so me na me bo na npa nyele kan na ma bail na so mo yi
besia na baba say court de e no ye nte so ye say 40,000 ana dan na wo say wo asase e wo ho na asase na de no fa asase ne paper nko
papers na nko tru nipa na otan asase ma ma papers no correct one
wa ma correct one to your omo ton asase fake fo ni bi aton ama we just say paper no so wo de kwa enye yi ya te for said ya koyi na ayare hosem na said ya ka no normal say TICC into na USAID justice support activity no aba ese ye nyina ye ni say criminal justice system no edu ba bia aya na entwaye ye nyina ye nim kwan especially uni bi na se asemo to na asemo ya bafie eno no ensem say ba na ho aye den kakra na eye USAID justice support activity eye dwumade ya US aban boaga na ban no wahwe na ye criminal justice system no ma eto esin tochuma ewo mu no wahwe na waye ne yie no ensem bi say ba se de edi kan aka no As I say, niponya representation, as I say, legal representation. Into no, abane say no, na USAID justice support activity. Ebehwe say, Ebra Esther. When your lawyer ni no waka nasem amano. If he say, nipa obeko court na oni okamafo a obeka nasem amano se convict na ye tietia. Nipa ya charge no ye tietia ne fa ho edi so. Na ye besre ya policy for ye besre aban and so say ye legal aid scheme no ye na yin say in the legal aid omo problems p with lawyers ye besre aban say omo modern say na obinya asemo a o legal aid and 10 mo lawyer wo ha obetimi akana asema no say nipa p na won entimi anya lawyer for legal aid because e bia obekọ no na lawyer for a wo ho no enya dia won betimi edi ensem bebre achi de beto aban enim ye besre ya policy for no so say investigations no aya on ya onyenye ni yie kakra enim say policy for pii no na wo bo adwuma pomo ye adwumaden ya policy for ni bi nso wo ha ene obo akora opene shabo 10 to no a be choro bibi na yina enim say nipa ni pii bie mo nso wo ha won kora mponti bi nchoro mo statement. The ban says as a police in the true statement, ma. A police in or share. Now, so the all can call positive, no, so choroko negative. Then also, aqua yasem. It's weighing in an ebestra a bind say, won't share a bestra attorney general. I say, almost get a juma paddy, then so be high. Two senior, no almost so abum. Now won't et me abwa a nipa won't me a come for a damase. That's a net, Yabesamba champion.
You see, I am from what you see for. I'll be anywhere you want to say. I want to die in your mouth, yes, if I'll be any that you say. When you power want to let you say, Jacka, you're needing a minute once. It is so where be a woman. Wami Wamra, it's a sea.
Sano, me yare kakra. I say, "Ubu na wado na fever ne." I say, "Go home for." Because the oh ne, ne fanan ko papa yo tonto ando hona on one marry Japan here. And na mama ye, amama me ye mre no. Adaman me nya hodin bio.
Me hu jo wo say me war na me nim no. Okay. Na me hia ne da. Ena me hu no eni so ade hu. Se ukunu nie.
Me nya be 23 more, 22 more. No, I'm a share school. I said,
okay.
From classes. I'm the Mesa and I drop. I do want to use both hands. It was some use me back on so many drop fast.
Always, I appreciate it because how can someone paint with his mouth like I'm one?
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Again, Charlie, if today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. So guys, I am currently at the country kitchen and it's going to be my first time here. Guys, I'm hungry. You can tell from my stomach. Comment to me. A girl is hungry. So I'm here with my friend. I'll introduce her to you later. She's called Baba. We're about to have a good meal here, have a good lunch, and guys, you know you always come along I always bring you along. And so you're coming along with me. We're going to have a good meal. I also hear it's very affordable. And so yeah, you're coming with me on this one. So let's go. So before that, say hello to my friend Baba. Hi Baba. Are you excited?
Very. And I'm hungry. I'm famished.
So guys, let's go.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
So Baba has already started. Thank you. Why are you jealous of my meal? So guys, I mean, I had a good meal here and I'm fortunate to have met the owner of the place. She's called Auntie Beatrice. Everyone say hello to Auntie Beatrice. Hello, Mommy.
Hi, everybody.
So, Mommy, how are you doing?
I'm good, by God's grace.
Oh, we just had a meal here and the meal was amazing. How long has this place been in existence?
It's been in existence for the past 33 years.
33 years?
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
Since 1987.
Wow. And how has it been so far?
Well, so far it's been very good. Everything we've got, I mean, we've retained our clients because we always make sure that the taste of our food, the quality, we maintain it for the past 33 years.
Wow, wow, wow.
And we have people that are eating here every day. If they are in Accra, that is their eating place.
Yes, yes. And this place is going to be my new spot. This is my first time here and I love it already. So she had banku, I had jollof, and the goat meat was really tasty. Yes, it was very nice. Apart from banku and jollof, is there any other meal you serve here?
Yeah, we serve fufu with various kinds of soups. We have green soup, we have granite soup with goat meat, mango soup. We have a special dry fish soup, which is number one on the menu.
I can't wait. When? Weekends or when is it served?
We serve dry fish every day.
Every day?
And we have special appropriations on Thursday.
Aish!
We have wache, tasty, lovely wache.
I think you have kakko
and kakko and beans.
Well.
You've tried the kakko and beans?
No, but I wanted to until I saw the banku tilapia, which I love.
And we have palava sauce also with apesi, yam, body, and apim.
Okay.
And we have fried plantain and beans, which is also one of our, one of our hot meals here.
Yeah. Wow.
Yes. Then we do continental as well as Chinese. A little bit of continental and Chinese. You can have your tasty fried rice and chicken or with fish. shredded beef, shredded chicken with all the green peppers and all the stuffing, which is very tasty.
Guys, see, this is not something I usually do. You know how I like food. The jollof and the goat was really good. I like the tenderness of the goat and the spicy. It was good. How was your banku? And
my banku was nice. It was soft. The tilapia was huge and it was well spiced.
So, mommy, please, you also do weddings and other.
We cater for events.
Yeah.
Engagements, weddings, funerals, whatever. It doesn't matter the number we are able. Even if it's outside of Accra, we'll come as far as to the Volta region, to the Ashanti region, and we'll give you good service, good food, good service, and we're always on time.
Thank you so much, mommy, for speaking with me.
You're welcome.
You know, you don't get to. Sometimes you don't get the opportunity to speak to people, the owners of the place. When they go, they're like, oh, they're not interested, but you came in all out to speak with us. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome, and I hope to see you often.
Oh, definitely. And is there anything you want to say to anyone watching this video?
Yes, to everybody watching out there, Country Kitchen is the kitchen that is in the country.
I can tell.
We are open to everybody, foreigners, Ghanaians, and if you are in Accra, we are located at Osu Second Ringway Estate, opposite the KNUST Guest House. Make Country Kitchen your home, your place of eating tasty Ghanaian cuisine.
Wow.
We'd love to see you. Everybody watching this video, the next day or now, make Country Kitchen your eating place.
Definitely. Guys, you heard it from mommy herself. Me, I'm already full. Next time you have to come and enjoy what I just had. So, and yeah, it's very affordable. I'll share the prices below. So, and I'll share her details in the description below. So don't forget, come to Country Kitchen. You know I always give you the you know that. So guys, since I came with Baba, let's talk about the food. We can't talk about the food inside so that mommy will hear, or everyone, we have to come outside, you understand? So let's talk about the meal. I had jollof and goat stew. And you had...
I ate banku and tilapia.
Yes.
With pineapple juice and ginger.
How was the meal?
Well, the meal was nice. The banku was soft. Should I say my tilapia, guys?
See, guys, and you know, they all know that I'm a banku person. I like to eat banku a lot. But today of all days,
she didn't. I didn't. She didn't. She opted for something different. But I took banku.
Yeah, and the banku was good.
Trust me, they didn't disappoint.
And the jollof was good. So guys, if you are Nigerian, if you are Senegalese, if you are Liberian, and you want to enjoy the better Ghana jollof, please come here. Come to Country Kitchen. I'll recommend, because the jollof was good. The
jollof and goat meat.
The goat meat, yes. The goat meat too was very nice, well fried. It was spicy, and I think that's how I like my goat. So I mean, it came out perfectly well. And I had Alvaro. Alvaro is Alvaro. So yeah.
You can't go wrong with Alvaro.
So will you recommend this place for anyone watching the video?
Definitely. If you are someone who loves home cooked meals, this is the place for you. Because trust me, the place is homey. The food was on point.
And I realized a lot of people kept walking in. So for people to be coming in and out, you should know there's something good here.
People kept on ordering. You could see them.
Delivery guys, yes. So yeah, I mean, even if you are home and you want to order,
there's a place.
Don't stress. Just call Country Kitchen. The food is very affordable. So yeah, guys, this brings us to the end of this video. Until next time on my YouTube channel, tell them to subscribe,
like, subscribe, comment, and share.
Until next time on my next video. Bye.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
the Hajj Board Ghana and the Ghana Hajj Agents Association have discussed the issues pertaining to this year's Hajj and have agreed upon the following communique. Given the new visa requirements from Saudi Arabia, which prescribes the COVID-19 vaccine as a prerequisite for obtaining a visa to travel to Mecca, both parties agreed the following. 1. The overwhelming majority of Ghanaian pilgrims who have paid since 2020 to perform Hajj have not had their first coronavirus vaccine jab. 2. Given that all visitors to Saudi Arabia need to have received both inoculations of the coronavirus 19 vaccine, and given that there must be an 8-week gap between inoculations, the time constraints clearly make it difficult for Ghanaian pilgrims to comply with the directives from Saudi Arabia. Both parties have collectively resolved that in case there is no Hajj due to the delay in the Saudi government's timely announcement of the performance of Hajj 2021, it is our considered view that Ghanaian pilgrims will be disadvantaged from participating in this year's Hajj. The Hajj Board will ensure, in the event that there is no Hajj this year, to refund all monies paid by pilgrims in full for those who request for a refund of their monies. Meanwhile, the Hajj Board shall continue to monitor communications from the Ministry of Hajj and Umrah Affairs, Saudi Arabia, and update the Ummah accordingly. Thank you, members of the press. May God bless you, guide you, protect all of us, and preserve all of us from corona COVID.
So we build a stabilization fund. I think the evidence is there for everybody to show that with that, effort. First, we took 250 million Ghana cedis, when we had crude oil price falls and the rest. Then we took, another, this time around under COVID, we took, 250 million US dollars, not cedis, to support COVID. I think we all know that for a fact. So that should tell you that the objectives were being achieved. The last two, we said, look, we are spending the money in the budget itself, on small projects, So why don't we, set up, something to tackle commercial projects? That's the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, right? And then we said debt is a problem for us. So let's put some of the money when we cap the stabilization fund if it's becoming too much to tackle debt. So this is a comprehensive approach. You can see that we are tackling almost every aspect. When revenue is good, you put some money aside, right? You manage expenditure. When you borrow, you have a mechanism for paying down and the rest. So when I say that we could be doing better, is that if we have been able to put these mechanisms in place and we have been able to implement them with one oil field, and especially when crude oil prices fell in 2015 and 2016, we continued such that we were able to have money in the kitty to pay off the balance of the first sovereign bond, and then also pay off the first balance, the balance left on the first sovereign bond, which started to reduce the rate at which we were borrowing, did some refinancing and other, and started investing in Terminal 3 and the rest and all those, It showed that, with 3 oil fields instead of 1, we could have done better, right? this is a context in which I always say that we could have done better. We shouldn't have been in a situation where you leave a debt of 57% under the new basis, and now it is, close to 80%, with even the revision that the IMF, just did. And some believe it's because we are in a new GDP series. Otherwise, we would have been above, 80%. And in all probability, by the time we get to the end of the year, if we don't change, we'll be in that deficit. You ended the year with 6.1, not 10.3, it's 6.1%. And now we are taking it to, IMF has just revised to 15%, almost 3 times, right? It's like saying that, 3 times is like saying that, you worsen the situation with every oil field, which shouldn't be the case. So this is a context which I wanted to explain when I say that, I believe strongly that we could have done. And mind you, oil prices went up from 2017. Of course, they went down during COVID, but they are going up, right? And against 3 oil fields. So against 70,000 and something less than 70,000 barrels per day, which was supposed to be 110,000, now we are able to do nearly 200,000 barrels. So we have price favoriness, and we have, some debt settled, money left in stabilization and other funds, and yet still we are in this condition. This is a context in which, so we should find why we are in this situation. Yes. We are doing well, or we have been doing well, but we should watch it. But my real response is that we could be doing better. And the reason I say we could be doing better goes back 10 years. When we had discovered oil already, but we started producing oil in commercial quantity and exporting, crude oil and then later gas. That came on the heels of the HIPIC, which, forgave our debt at those, levels. But that economic situation itself was a disturbance of the stability which we had been talking since the launch of the ERP SAP, which stopped our negative growth. And until last year, Ghana had never had negative growth overall in any quarter. Now, why do I say we could be doing better? Given the room we had for HIPIC, the economy started expanding, particularly construction and services. Then in 2011, from around about 2008 into 2009, when the commercial, quantity and program for export started under President Kufuor, with the discovery going earlier to President Rawlings, and GMPC's activities, we had the opportunity to use oil to resolve certain problems which we had known about the economy. And long and short, we had a long debate about what to do with oil. We got advice from Norway, we got advice, from Nigeria, we got advice from, Trinidad and Tobago, and others who have had, good and bad experiences with oil. And we formulated the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. I think all the indications are that, and the outcomes show that we were making good progress with one oil field. We set up, let me mention 4. We set up we put some money aside for future generations from oil. As a nation, you should save. So that was the purpose. We put some oil money aside for the budget. And we said, given the fact that we were spending too much on consumption and not much on investment, we said the money going into the budget should be such that 30% should go for recurrent expenditure and then 70% for investment, capital expenditure, or development. That's investment, development, or capital expenditure. It's the same thing. And we said, and that took 70% of the 70% after the allocation to GMPC. So that is we had a problem where we were not investing very much, so we put money aside. We had a problem where we were not saving much, so we also put some money aside for that. Then we said part of the problem with the economy is that it goes through ups and downs. You know, sometimes no fault of ours. Bushfires. You know, we're talking now of the PNDC, the NDC, and the experiences they had gone through for that long 19 years before Rawlings years. And part of the problem we have had always is, you know, we had the devastating bushfires. After just when we were getting out of, you know, all the problems we had with, you know, with shortages and all that, and the difficulties with the economy. Another problem, for example, is drought. Those days, anytime there was drought, it means Akosomo Dam, you know, goes down, the water goes down, we don't generate enough, you know, electricity and power. You know, then cocoa prices, sometimes the shock comes from outside. These are the natural ones. Commodities market, exactly, all of those things. You know, so what did we do? We said, look, when the times are good, when commodity prices are high, when the rains are good, and we have bumper harvest, and, you know, cocoa output is good and all that, gold, and now oil, we should put some money aside, right? Where we had encumbered cocoa money, we had encumbered gold money, but oil revenue was new. So we said, let us put some in a stabilization fund. You see, the name itself suggests, to stabilize the economy. And you don't stabilize the economy, or you don't bring it back. I've always been saying.
Me sano, me yare kakra. I say, "Ubu na awado na fever ne." I say, "Go home for." Look at the ne. If I don't call Papa or Tonto and do one on one of my Japan. And a mamma, I'm a man. Other man, young or didn't you?
Me who Joe was says, me were not minimum. Okay. Nami Shanada. Anna, me who no, and so I do. The Ukuni.
Me yabe 23 more, 22 more. I'm a share school answer.
Okay.
From classes. Yam them in sack. And I draw. I go on using me both hands. It was some using me back on so me draw fast.
Always, I appreciate it because how can someone paint with his mouth like M1?
We see that you compete with the cars when they are passing, you run after them. First of all, don't you think you are endangering your lives running after the cars?
No. Because that's what we do for our daily bread. That's what we do to get our daily bread. We've not gone to school. Our parents do not have money to send us to school. So some of us here, we are school dropouts. Some of us too, we are educated. But we don't have anybody to help us to complete our education. So this is what we do for a living. At least if you come here a day, from morning till evening, you will get what you eat. Okay.
All right. So for how many years have you been selling here?
As for me, let's say 2 years now.
Okay. Now, have any of your colleagues here been knocked down by a vehicle before?
No. The problem we have here is we don't have canopies to sit under it. Okay. So when the sun is scorching, it's because scorching us. We don't have street lights here. The passengers, when they buy and our money is inside the car, when we ask the driver to stop, the driver will not stop. Some of the passengers, they'll be taking our money away. Okay. That is our problem. So you have to talk to the drivers so that if somebody buy and your money is inside the car, the driver has to stop so that you collect your money. Calling on the authorities to come and help us. Here we don't have private here. Maybe a passenger is in a vehicle, maybe his stomach is paining him, so he wants to visit the toilet. Okay. We don't have any place here. In someone's private toilet that you've been going, you pay 1 CD in a day. So we need.
na ye manu nso ye bra no muso sa be bi mi kan nti sa nya manu kwa ya ga ya pa nti ye bi mi particular mi imagine tell me say ye wo obi man so nti say na ye vote ma wo na omu ye so e good vote so ye nso ye person ko vote wo ye nkurom na esa population wo ye nkurom a omu ko ye ni ma pepe bi am nti bi so mi di ni ya boy ya wo pa
ni vote tu kura mette tu no ndo ka kana tamienti tamienti akubaro ba wumi
onu di sana ya
o kan de boy de bia omu di yesika nsuko de bia ebi oro bi pese ota de driver no onjina ebe pa cho onjina na pass na ni yesika ko ade no so ye no so fa de no ntu o de beko ni yesika ko tu su fo sise ubaju usika kel for bana boy utikandi ya boy de bia o ha ye wo mu wa ha ni se ebi ti se first na 5 star say ye 2 cities so ma 225 sa say ye 3 cities sa na so mu tum nti se passengers ni du ani e ka to mu say ya mu say na ye wia na so mu ade maye nti ye sra ban ni se ni mani nyina akwasoro ye sra ni so mo ni mbra fam kaka ye sa na wa akofo na utono mu nto obi o wa ka jense pressness o ji ade opo na oja to na ka na tuko wa boka nti ye bra pa bani mboye
oh kan de ko ye tuko ka o mo ko ha bet na jina pompa e ko to de bi nso a e fa ye sika ko to de bi nso na se ye steady so aka ti mi boye wa te ha ye wa no ye bra wa ha fro ye na se ye ye juma pianti na yes ye mi e ha wa happen say ye pese aban ne mboa na ye so enye juma bi ya juma we de enya de e be boa e da chi so to ka ye be hu de e be aban ne mboa ye pa abi ba na shi ja ha o se so to so ye wo se wi abon so aye wo ye bra wa serious all right so ye do so ha market ye check obi no ba da obi be se ba o chi na so petuma bi maya ana opetuma pimento ye betina ya tse oboy o tse sibebina musu mundi na mu fa ye bibia eso ye betina dia boy ho na di tom bibia ye betina jai la buy at the market kai tsa
April 17th last month, I was here at Tubong in the Congo area of the Timpani district to report about Sambir and his brother Yinchila, who are suffering from a rare medical condition. I reported about how the medical condition or the ailment had, greatly affected them to the extent that they could not walk like other children and they could not move other parts of their bodies. The story went so far, touched a lot of hearts, and people made donations. People donated lots of money, and some came and visited the family upon hearing the story. One particular person that has donated so hugely is Mr. Osman Wureku Opong and his family and friends back in the UK. Today, I'm here with the people who led me to this place to hand over the donation to the family. I've been speaking to the family and they are very happy donation has come. They say it's going to help them greatly, especially in taking care of the 2 sick children and providing for them. It is the idea of the family to use the donations they've had or they've gotten from the donors to set up business that would sustain the family and continue to give them some money to be able to take care of sick Yenchela and his brother Sambil.
I visited Basionde some time back to a friend, and he happened to share the pictures of these 2 little boys with me. So I took the picture up and then made follow-ups and then calls to friends who were able to link me up to GhanaWeb. And I got in touch with staff from GhanaWeb who is in the person of Castro. Castro came down. Then we all came together to have a first-hand information about the children. We did so about 2-3 weeks ago. A story was put up in the GhanaWeb, and now help has come. We have come back again the second time to now bring the help to the family. And we are so much grateful to all donors, people who have donated, especially to Mr. Usman Reku Opong, who lives in the UK. He gave us 70 pounds, 700 pounds to support Sambir and then his brother. So we are so happy. A lot of donations have come from individuals, friends and families. And here we are today. We've put up a smile into the faces of the boys and then the family as well. So we just want to appreciate whosoever has contributed in any way that has made this day possible. We salute you all and we say God richly bless you. We are so grateful.
Afternoons is very much grateful unto the journalists and the donors for all what they have done for her today, because she was here some months back and visitors came to the house here and told her that they've had an information that she's having some disabled children in the house here. And from there, they promise when they go back, they will come back and then give her a support to take care of these disabled children. And today, really, she has seen them back in the house and she has received a whole lot of donations. She has had money that she is going to use to establish business on herself. She has received food items. He and the entire family today are very much grateful unto the journalists and the people that came here and the donors for all that they have come to donate unto him this afternoon.
Report from Tubong in the Kongo area of the Timpane district.
Misano, me yare kakra. I say ubu na wado na fever ne. I say go home for. Look at the oh ne. Ni efanan ko papa yo tonto ando hona. On one na yo Japan here. And na mama ye amama me ye mre no. Adaman me nya hodin bio.
Me hu jo wo say me war na me nim no. Okay. Na me hia ne da. Ena me hu no eni so ade hu. Se ukunu nie.
Me nya be 23 more, 22 more. No, I'm a share school as okay. From classes. I'm the mensa and I draw. I do want to use me both hands. It was some use me back on so me draw fast.
Always I appreciate it because how can someone paint with his mouth like M1?
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Is here, and he's here to outline some major projects that are underway and that the Akufo-Addo administration will be embarking upon in its second term. I'll give you some details of that shortly. But also here with us this afternoon to give us a brief after his brief is the government statistician, Professor Enim, and he's here to speak to us about the census that is scheduled for later this year. I want to start by acknowledging some dignitaries, or a first batch of some dignitaries who are here with us this afternoon, and then I will give you some quick highlights of the very first brief. With us here this afternoon is the Honorable Mavis Nkansa Bwedu, MP, Efija Sechere East, Deputy Minister Designate for Roads and Highways. The Honorable Stephen Jalula, MP, Pru West, is Deputy Minister Designate for the same sector. With us here this afternoon, Kwesi Amakwata. He'll be speaking to us this afternoon on a number of things going on in the roads and highways sector. But I just want to cue you before we go into his presentation. Among the things that he'll be speaking about will be 3 big announcements on programs in the sector. So today he will tell us the roads program, and I don't know whether the expression is how many or how much. I think it's how many. How many kilometers of roads that the Akufo-Addo administration has programmed to construct in the next 4 years, what we describe as the medium term. And perhaps while at that, how much of that he is dead sure can be completed in this period. And I think it's a very important announcement that we all should pay attention to. So how many kilometers of roads will the Akufo-Addo administration be constructing in the next 4 years? Is your road included? And how many of them can we finish in the next 4 years? I also understand that his presentation will also be dealing with what the bridges program is. So how many bridges does the administration intend to construct in the next 4 years? Is your bridge included? And how many are we going to complete in this period? How many are we dead sure will complete? And then again, I understand his presentation will also deal with interchanges. How many interchanges do we intend to construct within this 4-year period? Is yours included? And how many are we going to complete? My understanding is that these are some of the highlights of his presentation this afternoon. And when he's done, he will take your questions as well. So with your permission, please join me to invite the Honorable Minister responsible for roads and highways, the Honorable Kwesi Amoakwanta, to deliver his presentation. And then I'll invite the government statistician, when we are done, to talk to us about the census.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Information for the Sector, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah. All of you have virtually been introduced, so let me stand on that protocol so that we save time. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, let me say good afternoon to all of you. I have been given virtually an hour by the Honorable Minister to go through the presentation, and thereafter perhaps another hour for questioning time. Kojo, I don't know whether you do so for everybody or otherwise. I say that you have not been fair to me, because you know road sector is different, and if you were to give me the opportunity to talk about the road sector, what has been done under President Akufo-Addo's government, you should have given me something around 10 hours. Because there's a lot to talk about, but I have to comply, to the rules. So I will try as much as possible to work within the 1 hour period given to me. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, anytime I get this unique opportunity to talk about the road sector on behalf of the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Those of you who have been following me, and I know the press is critical and they have been following me wherever I go, I am fond of giving the basic statistics of the road sector, and I'm going to do so in a jiffy. Because it's important to remind ourselves, it is important to know where we are coming from before we can appreciate what has been done, so that it could be put in a proper context. Members of the press, let me once more say that Ghana has a total road network size of 78,400 kilometers. That is, if you put all roads in our country together, trunk roads being managed by the Ghana Highway Authority, city roads being managed by the Department of Urban Roads, and rural roads being managed by the Department of Feeder Roads. In terms of length, if you put all of them together, we are dealing, as at January 7, 2017, something in the region of 78,400 kilometers. Out of this total kilometrage, ladies and gentlemen, 23, as at that time, had been paved. That's 23% had been paved, which runs up to something around 18,000 kilometers. The remaining 77% continue to be at either earth or gravel state, also working around something like 60,000 kilometers. The engineers will tell you about condition of road, and I've had the opportunity to work with them, the seasoned engineers that we have in our country and my ministry. I keep on learning from them each day. Condition of road is divided into 3 categories. Road is either good, fair, or poor. And as at that date, 7th January 2017, 39% of Ghanaian roads were considered to be good. 39%. 32% considered to be fair, and 29% considered to be poor. In terms of kilometerage, if you put them together, the 39% considered to be poor represents something around 30,500 kilometers. And if you combine fair and poor, as they are almost alike, we are talking about something close to 50,000 kilometers. That is to about 48, close to 50,000 kilometers. So the simple information is that more or around half, 50% of our roads, of the total kilometer, as aforementioned, of 78,400 kilometers, was considered to be in a terrible, poor, deteriorated state. These were the stark data, the stark statistics, the state of the road in Ghana that had been handed over to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And as a country, going by these statistics, over 60 or 64 years of independence, if we had done well for ourselves, the people of this country are better judges. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, I want to start my formal presentation by giving you the outline. I believe it's showing on the screen. Three major processes: introduction, then I will give you the major highlights between 2021 and 2024, and be referring to what had been done between 2017 and 2020. And under the major highlights, I will be dealing with the 3 broad categories of the road sector. That is the road program, that's the road itself, the bridges program, and the interchange program. And I will also take the opportunity before concluding to talk about the projects that are in the pipeline between now and 2024, which will mark the end of President Akufo-Addo's second term. Members of the press, my ministry works through departments and agencies. And the number 5, 1, Ghana Highway Authority; 2, Department of Federal Roads; 3, Department of Urban Roads; 4, Ghana Road Fund Secretariat; and 5, Training Center located at Koforidua, which trains our engineers and contractors, employees, and so on. We undertake development and maintenance activities generally. These are the core areas of the ministry, and whatever road infrastructure that is being worked on will fall under one of these three main categories. It may be developmental, or it may be routine maintenance, or periodic maintenance. And if you talk about developmental activities, we are talking about construction of roads. It could be new, fresh road that is being constructed. It could be reconstruction, an existing road that we want to improve. Sometimes it could be a feeder road, and we want to improve upon it. And then major rehabilitation of our roads. This will also be an existing road that we want to improve significantly and do major activities on them. Apart from that, maintenance is a regular feature of our work. It goes on from January to December. It's in progress. We do routine maintenance, and routine maintenance activities cover things like pothole patching, grading, desilting, vegetation control, and maintenance of traffic lights. We keep close eye on the entire road sector when it comes to maintenance activities, because this would make the road motorable, particularly as we approach and pass through rainy season. The roads will have to be desilted. We have to patch potholes, and we have to maintain vegetation cover by cutting it, the vegetation that abut the roads. And then we do a more serious maintenance work that we term periodic maintenance activities, and this involves resealing. This involves re-graveling. Resealing, you could have a major road that has developed also major potholes. We will take steps to patch the potholes and then spread another bitumen on it, or even an overlay on it. We do re-graveling, we do asphaltic overlay, we do spot improvement. If you are running on any highway, you could come to a section that might have failed. The entire stretch of the road is good, but a section might have failed due to a number of reasons. The engineers will tell you either there is a material underneath, or perhaps hidden water underneath, and you may see whilst driving that a section is demarcated, cut off, and being worked on. At times, some of these spot improvements and involve serious works to make sure that it's worked on for you to get smooth driving surface for the sake of homogeneity and uniformity on the road surface. We do partial reconstruction, upgrading, and minor rehabilitation. Let me quickly talk about the achievements made in the area of routine maintenance from 2017 up to 2020, the first term, and we have been generous enough because we are always up to date. My ministry is always up to date. So we have even included some figures for 2021. So you can see that generally we did a total of 130,671 kilometers of routine maintenance. And the figures are there for you to see what the agencies did. Department of Urban Roads did a little over 18,000. Department of Feeder Roads did a little, almost 50,000. And Ghana Highway Authority on our highways did almost 61,000 kilometers, adding up to 131,000 kilometers. That's by way of routine maintenance. Periodic maintenance, we did a total of 3,476 kilometers for same period. So from these two statistics, you can see how the government has kept close eye on the road sector, and work had continued throughout the first 4 years of President Akufo-Addo's government, COVID notwithstanding. Despite the COVID period of 2020 last year, that affected the whole world and affected every sector of every country's economy. I am happy to announce that because of the importance the government attaches to the road sector under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, construction continued generally, and the road sector construction never stopped, even during the COVID period. That is a serious government for you, a serious government under a serious leadership, a serious president of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, I now want to take the major highlights, the programs that we are focusing on all this while, and I have said that the road sector essentially involves three main components, three main areas, three main categories: the road infrastructure, the bridges infrastructure, and the interchanges. We have programmed to do between 2021 and 2024 11,000 kilometers of road, out of which we are convinced and we are hopeful and we are confident that 6,000 would have seen total completion, and the remaining 4,000 would have been at different stages of completion, some of them substantial completion by 2024. This is the program for the road sector that has been put forward by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa's government. And let me remind you that between 2017 and 2020, we had done and completed 4,000 kilometers of road. If you come to bridges, we have programmed 200 bridges across the nation, and we have the statistics for each one of them. We have their age portfolios, we have their lengths, their width, and we know what is supposed to be done in each of these 200 bridges. We have tasked ourselves to complete at least minimum 120 out of these 200 by 2024. At least 120, together with the 50 that had been completed during the first term. Between 2017 and 2020, the ministry and the government completed 50 projects, some of them major, around the length and breadth of our country. And as programmed, we intend to do 200, and all these 200 will be started, but we will bring to full completion 120. So the 120 plus the 50 already completed, President Akufo-Addo would have completed 170 bridges across the country minimum, whilst the rest, as aforementioned, stages of completion. You come to major highlights again, and we talk about interchanges. As at now, and during President Akufo-Addo's first term, as many as 9 interchanges took off simultaneously. 3-4 of them have gotten to substantial completion stage, and God willing, first week in July, His Excellency the President will officially commission the Pokwasi interchange. It would have been brought to a total full completion. And this is a project that got started from the scratch, from the very scratch, by President Akufo-Addo's government. And this is an interchange which is the first of its kind in West Africa. And the first, if you talk about the whole Africa, the second after the interchange at Durban in South Africa. Kote interchange in Durban, South Africa. This interchange will be open in full to traffic. Now we have started opening some sessions to traffic. But it will be open in full to traffic by the first week of July, when it's scheduled to be commissioned by His Excellency the President. So 9 interchanges during President Akufo-Addo's first term are running concurrently, and none of them are stalled and will not stall until it's completed. By the end of his second term, 20 interchanges in our country would have been built. We have estimated 25, but we are convinced and we are sure and we know what we are about because we have programmed whatever we are doing. 20 interchanges. And members of the press, mark me down. Say by 2024, 20 interchanges are likely to have been fully completed. But we would have had and would have tackled as many as 25 interchanges in our country. This had never happened in any administration in our country since independence 64 years ago. This is a government that is focused. This is a government that knows what he is about. Members of the press, all the interchanges, the list, and all the rules I'm talking about, we have them. At the end of my presentation and at the end of the session, my chief director will make all these pieces of information available to you, and you can continue to critique it even after this session. We will give you the information. I will not refer you to go and see any book anywhere. So from the information and the document that I give to you, you are to ask questions. And I know we are running live. And any town that I mention, any information that I put up, if it's not true, anybody could call in for you to ask questions. And may God forbid that I will come and stand here representing His Excellency the President and the government to tell the good people of this country any story which is not true. May God forbid. I am taking the programs one by one, and the programs are listed. We have critical roles. Can you throw the... We have critical roles. We have cocoa roles. I am dealing first with the road program. I've told you I'll be dealing with the road program, then I'll be dealing with the bridges program, I'll be dealing with the interchanges program. I'm dealing with the road program. I want to be systematic so that you get the flow of the presentation. And the road program, I'll be talking about critical roads, I'll be talking about cocoa roads, town roads, asphaltic overlay, roads under Sano Hydro, donor programs, roads that come under other projects. And as listed, I will follow that. I will follow that chronology, so that you also follow me. I will take first the critical roles. We have done, as part of government year of roles, particularly 2020, we selected across all the 16 regions of our country 81 roads, totaling 2,167 kilometers. And when we did the costing, it will come to the region of 7.8 billion Ghana cedis. It touches every region. And the president declared a special session during the cabinet retreat where all regional ministers were invited. And that special session was chaired by no less a person than the Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, an efficient, strong, intelligent deputy minister that we have in our country. He chaired it, and we picked critical roles from all the 16 regions of our country. You see how balanced our government is, and how we want to touch every sector, every region, and how we want to carry the entire country along with us without discrimination. And I have the list of all these critical roles. And as I have said, it will be given to you, members of the press, to interrogate. And the list is here. I'm showing you the list. All the 81 critical roles, they are here. Because I know I am telling you the truth. I am bold to provide prima facie evidence of whatever I say. It's here, and it will be given to you. And of course, for the sake of this presentation and the time limitation, I cannot go through all of them. But I have done something. I have listed some of the roles, and you can see that I have indicated against them region, length, and progress. This was done randomly. We picked them to assure you that every single region is covered. So you can run them. Critical roads. We have upgrading of Navrongo to Naga Road, and I've given the kilometerage over there, about 35 kilometers in Upper East. Upper West, upgrading of Wa Bolinga Yala Road. We have upgrading of Daboya Mankaligu Road. Bruno region, we have rehabilitation of Atebubu Kwame Dansu Road. Ashanti, we are doing upgrading of Anyan Kwanta Obuasi Road. Eastern, we are reconstructing Osim Begro Road. It's at substantial completion, 95% completion. It's left with few things to be done, road furniture to be provided, and then we take over. Volta region, we are doing upgrading of Korokwati Road. Uti region, we are doing Nkonya Rampong, Kwame Krom Road, and so on. Western region, we are doing Teleku Bokaso to Nyinasi Road. Ahafo, we are doing Akrodie Sariresu Road, covering 20 kilometers. And western of, we are doing Sehuyoso Akontombra Road. It continues, but like I said, lack of time, so I can't go through all of them. 2, let's look at Cocoa Rose. under President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 325 projects are currently ongoing simultaneously across cocoa growing areas in our country. This, by the time they are completed, we would have done almost 5,000 kilometers of road at a total cost of 14.5 billion Ghana cedis. And as I treated it in the case of critical roads, I have listed some of the cocoa roads across the country. But here, let me say that you may not find all the regions here, because you know the purpose and the rationale of the Cocoa Road project is being paid for by Cocoa Board and the Ministry of Agriculture. And it is their contribution to our country, and to say thank you to the farmers and the people at the cocoa coffee growing areas. And of course, they have interest. They have interest, and you can't take it away from them. They want to work on those roads so that they'll be able to cut their cocoa. But whatever it is, they are helping the development of the road infrastructure in our country. So we also balance the road needs of our country. So if there are no cocoa in certain areas, but where we have them, Cocoa Board is helping, then it frees some resources also to go to other areas, so that we make sure that road development achieves equity so far as our country is concerned. And we have a government that believes in equity. We have government that believes in equality. We have a government that believes in rule of law and believes in the fact that national resources must be shared equitably among the good people of this country. It wasn't so some time ago, but anytime our tradition is in government, we ensure equity and fair distribution of the national cake. And we will continue to do that. And the president will continue to do that. So you see some of the roads. I've given you the regions where they are. I have even given the road projects, the names of the road projects, the length, and the percentage completion. You may find 1 or 2, 3 that have achieved 100% completion, but they are here. For instance, on slides 22, you may find Dodo Kope to Bolai Junction. No, it's completed 100%, but it's here. What it means is that it has not been handed over to the ministry, and for that matter, government. Then, once it's still in the hands of the contractor, the contractor also continues to bear the defect liability effect. And we also have the defect notification opportunity should anything go wrong on the road. Once we take it over, and it used to be 12 months, defect liability period. Thereafter, government bears total liability for maintenance. Since last year, instruction and directive had been given that all contractors will bear 5-year defect liability period. And I've given that specific instruction on behalf of President Akufo-Addo and on behalf of government, because that is the standard of the World Bank. So that if you're a contractor, and I've said it elsewhere and I'm repeating it, so if you're a contractor and you don't construct the road by specification, and you do shoddy work, and I can tell you we have a number of excellent contractors in our country, comparable to any contractors anywhere in the world. But at the same time, I can't stand here as the sector minister that all contractors are good. I can't say so. So now we are moving it to 5 years deferred liability period, because the 12-month deferred liability plus it had existed all this while gave a lot of people to slip through, because road, however poorly constructed, is likely to withstand whatever shock within 12 months. Then thereafter, government will be saddled with maintenance till their kingdom comes. We are changing it. That trend is changed. You construct road as a contractor, you keep it for 5 years. So if you do poor work, it will be on your head for 5 years. I moved to town roads. We are working on 88 different lots, and the lots represent projects of town roads across the country, giving us 563.3 kilometers with a total cost of a little around 1 billion Ghana cedis. Some of them have been completed. For instance, if you start from the north, Gambaga town roads have been completed, Narelugu town roads have been completed, Waliwali town roads have been completed, upgrading of Pistia town roads at a very high percentage, 85%. I don't know, perhaps my engineers will allow me to say it's at a substantial completion stage. I don't know. But anytime, anything from 85, 90, 95, that's how they describe it. So you can run through them. We are doing a lot of town roads across the length and breadth of our country. But again, let me repeat, you should bear in mind, it's not possible to list all these projects here. But we have them in the write-up. Here, we have just selected some of the roads. Okre town roads, we have gotten to 97% completion. Atebubu town roads, 55%. Bekwai town roads, 83%. Bibiani town roads, 75%. And so on. So we are dealing with a lot of town roads in our country. I move on to asphalt overlay. The government of President Akufo-Addo did 1,300 kilometers of asphalt overlay across the nation during his first term. 1,300 kilometers. And it has programmed to do even more, 1,500 kilometers between now and 2024. So, by the end of President Akufo-Addo's 8-year term, he would have done asphalt overlay close to 3,000 kilometers in our country, unprecedented, never seen in the history of this country. These are some of the pictures. So, all doubting Thomases, these are some of the pictures. And we have the list of the asphalt overlays done in our country. the 1,300 kilometers. I said it on the floor of Parliament, and some people wanted me to break it down to show them the evidence and to lay it on the floor of Parliament. I didn't even go to my office. I picked a phone and called, and they brought it to me, and I laid it on the floor of Parliament. What had been done, may God forbid that I represent the president and the government to tell Ghanaians what is not true. May God forbid. First time we did 1,300 kilometers of asphalt overlay, and the members of the press, I know you are critical, and you have to be critical. You have to take members of government on. Whatever anybody says, take us on. And we are not afraid, because we know we tell the good people of this country nothing but the truth. I will give you the full list, that total 1,300 kilometers. And after that, I will give you the list for the program that we have, which, God willing, and inshallah, by 2024, we are going to add another 1,500 kilometers of asphalt overlay. So those who haven't gotten their turn, they should have patience with us. One thing after the other. Chinese proverb, a distance of 1,000 kilometers starts with a step. It's unreasonable. It will be unreasonable for anybody to think that all these roads could be done simultaneously. Within 3 years, all these roads, the statistics that I have given, that 3 years a government will be able to work on a total road network size of 78,400 kilometers within 3 years. That would be unreasonable on the part of anybody who thinks that way. And I know Ghanaians are reasonable, intelligent, sensible, rational people. So they understand. They know where we are coming from and what we are doing. President has said it a number of times, or time without number, that since 2017, anywhere he had the opportunity to visit, the first demand that was made on him, either from chiefs, traditional authorities, even school heads, even church leaders, everywhere, will be on roads. And if roads in this country had been fixed by successive governments in a serious, robust manner, as President Akufo-Addo has tackled it from independence 64 years ago, Ghana wouldn't have been in this state. We are focused, we have programs, we have plans, and my ministry, for that matter, government, will not be intimidated to shift from the programs that we have. I appeal to the good people of this country that they should see, and they have seen it, what is being done, the way the road sector is being tackled with courage and with seriousness. And those who haven't had their turn, very soon they will get their turn. Nobody has ever said, nobody from government has ever stood anywhere and said that all roads have been done in our country. No, nobody can say that. Neither has anybody said that we don't have bad roads in our country. We have bad roads in our country. I travel with His Excellency, the President, on a road to Hamile, a terrible road. And when we got to Hamile, on the platform, on the stage, I was privileged to sit next to him. And Ghanaians are listening to me. And I've already said that, may God forbid that I, Kwesi Amwakwata, drops anything from my lips. That is not true. I'm a Presbyterian. I'm a strong, proud Presbyterian. And I know what Presbyterian means to me. I'm a Presbyterian. On the platform, after driving on the Hamilton Road, terrible road, when we sat down, President beckoned to me and said, Minister, did you see the road we traveled on, the towns, and the condition of the people? I said, yes, Mr. President. He said, when I was in my car, I felt like weeping. He said he felt like weeping when we were driving on that road. This is the President of the Republic. He said, that is why anywhere we go, I don't want to go with a helicopter. I want to experience and I want to drive on the roads. The President of the Republic was saying, I felt like weeping. I am directing you to work on that road. He said, President of the Republic. Today, my engineers are here. That road to Hamilton is done and brought to bituminous level. It was done by one of our best contractors in Upper West, GhanaWeb. PW GhanaWeb. Today, go and see that road. One after the other, all roads in Ghana will be fixed. But it will be unquestionable, it will be unreasonable for anybody to think that all roads could be done simultaneously at the same time. One after the other, roads will be fixed in this country. And we are on course. And we are fixing the roads robustly. And we are fixing quality roads for this country. Gone were the days that people were doing shoddy work. We were using Ghanaian money to pay them. Today, it cannot happen. And under the watch of the government, under my watch, if any road is found to be shoddily done and certified by an engineer, both the contractor and the engineer will be taken on. And all my engineers are here. I respect each one of them, but I'm not afraid of any one of them. I respect each contractor in this country, and I am not afraid of any contractor in this country. And I have the moral courage to deal with any contractor and to deal with any engineer who delivers and supervises shoddy work for the good people of this country. And they know it. I tell them every day. And I have the moral courage to deal with each one of them. I want to assure the people of this country that road construction is going on strongly, systematically, and robustly. They should therefore ignore those who, because of political propaganda, are trying to talk about roads. And I've said that if roads were tackled in a serious manner, as President Akufo-Addo is doing it now, Ghana would have finished constructing all roads. Perhaps what will be left will be the regular, routine, periodic maintenance. Again, under the Sano Hydro Master Project Facility, we are constructing road infrastructure, and we have first phase, second phase. And I believe every Ghanaian, even every child of this country, has heard of this Sano Hydro facility being championed by the government under the strong professional leadership of the Vice President, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. This is a project that brought in $2 billion United States dollars to build infrastructure in our country for an exchange of bauxite in the future. This is great innovation, great thinking. That is why all the time people should vote for big dreamers and big thinkers. This has never happened anywhere, not only in our country, it has never been heard of anywhere in Africa, but it happened under President Akufo-Addo's government and being championed by our illustrious son of this country, the vice president, who is always together with the president and the government thinking around the box. And even if we come out with suggestions and ideas, you get people who will tell you that it won't work. We have had 500 million out of this, and 10 lots, the first 10 lots have been approved, and some have started. 4 of such projects are at various stages of completion. For instance, under the Lot 1, made up of 10 different projects, the Western and Cape Coast Inner City roads have gotten to 60%, Ashanti and Western Feeder roads 36%, rehabilitation of Jasikan to Dodo Pepesu 35%, and Sunyani Inner City roads have also started 5%. And as part of this first lot, we have the Tamale interchange and the Takrady interchanges. By the time we finish, we would have covered 441 kilometers of road, and the Tamale interchange has gotten to a very high level percentage of completion. The remaining 4-6 projects will be started before Q3. That is Accra Inner City Roads, Kumasi Inner City Roads, dualization of Adenta Dodowa Road, and then rehabilitation of Ejumako to Afrensie Road. Other donor facilities, we are doing a number of projects. We are doing 3 lots in Upper West region, and sod was cut, I think 2 weeks ago. I had the privilege of representing the president to cut the sod together with the representatives, country representatives of World Bank and the European Union of this project, where we are going to work on 670 kilometers of feeder roads and farm tracks in Upper West region to boost agriculture. I think this will cost a total of something around 35 million euros, 35 million euros, and is being championed by the Department of Urban Feeder Roads. And the Feeder Roads Director is right here. Bernard Badu is here, and they were all with me in Wa. The money is there, so this work will not stop, and it's going to boost agriculture. So I'll be working closely on it with my colleague Minister for Agriculture, to ensure that it reaches completion. There are other donor projects, major ones, that are going on, like Kumasi Road and Drainage Extension Project, that's gotten to 69% completion. Rehabilitation of Asin Fosu, Asin Prasu. This is a grant covering a distance of 31 kilometers, a grant from the government and people of Japan through JICA. It's been undertaken by Sumuzi Construction. Sumuzi, that is the company that constructed the first phase of the Tema motorway roundabout. Efficient company, and they are on site as we speak now. Work is going on, and in a week's time from now, I'll have the privilege to visit them with my technical people. Work is going on everywhere in this country. So people should open their eyes and follow us and watch. President Akufo-Addo started fixing roads in Ghana in a very strong manner from 2017. So at times it's ridiculous that you hear somebody saying, we are in 2021, fix roads. You are far behind. You are years and months behind. Those people should double up and follow us and know where we are. We have left them behind. When roads were being fixed from January 2017, with speed, but without sacrificing quality. Hey, 4 or 5 years on, we should fix roads. You are late. You are far behind. Get up and run and catch up with us, because we have gone far. There are other developmental projects. Sorry. And the government has secured funding for the following projects: dualization of Tema Akosombo, covering a distance of 64 kilometers. And as we speak now, the contractor is on site working in Zag construction. Dualization of Tema Aflao, a distance of 17 kilometers with 4 to 5 different interchanges. And it will go beyond the Central University location. The first 17 kilometers are being dualized, and it's being undertaken by a company called BHM, a British company. They are on site as we speak now, and they are working. Thank you. Thank you. And they are working, and by the time they finish this project, the current, because it's education that builds knowledge, we have to free that stretch of road of congestion. I have therefore directed the contractor, BHM, and I visited them about 2.5 weeks ago, to work at the Pong intersection as quickly as practicable to enable traffic flow on that road. The La Beach Road completion project is also ongoing. It's being undertaken by 2 different contractors, and it starts from the Independence Square. It starts from the Independence Square all the way to Tema, to join the Tema dual carriage at the new port expansion. And there is an interchange at the Nungwa barrier. And it's a dual carriage, and work is going on. Also, we have secured a Kuwaiti funding to do Domi Kitasi Road. Greater part of it will even be dualized with street lighting, and there too we have another, important institution on that road, the university, the Ashasi University, another great center of learning, center of excellence, and that road must be done. On the other hand, it will serve as an alternative route to Peduasi, to all those who are traveling to Ekwapim area and who may even want to continue to Kumasi and the north through Koforidua. So these are important roads that are being worked on, and pretty soon work will start on that road because the Kuwaiti funding has been secured. And so on. There are a number of roads, dualization of Sekendi and Adembra roads, reconstruction of Teshi Link Road is now at 85% completion, and this is a road that I would credit to Honorable Okoboy, when he was the MP, he fought day and night for this road, another roads to be done. I wish I had the powers, but I don't have. That was this road should even be named after our Honorable Okoboy, because he has worked tirelessly and has brought it to 85% completion. We must see what people have done and reward them appropriately. We are also doing a number of roads under the Oil and Gas Enclave program, and it's being sponsored by the Ghana Gas Project, and a number of projects are being done covering a total of 87 kilometers, all in the western region. We are doing roads from Esiama, that is the Esiama Nkrofo Road. Then we are doing Nkrofo town roads. And Nkrofo, those of you and journalists, Nkrofo rings a bell. That is the hometown of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And over 64 years after independence, Nkrofo roads had not been done by any government. Today, the government of President Akufo-Addo is doing Nkrofo roads and is doing Nkrofo town roads. And Nkrofo town roads has been directed, the Department of Urban Roads has been directed to asphalt Nkrofo town roads. That is the hometown of our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. As many as 87 kilometers of roads are being done under the Ghana Gas Project. JMPC, and all these roads have gotten to 90% completion stage, substantial completion. Under JNPC, we are also constructing a number of roads, and it will work out almost 200 kilometers of roads, and the beneficiary areas include telekinesis to Saman Eniba, Telekubokazo to Asesetre Enyinasi, then Asesetre Enyinasi to Ekropon to Jampre, then Santaso to Asumasi Baseka. All these roads covering 200 kilometers have started and are ongoing. We are also constructing concrete roads, and this is an example of it. We started from Tema, and we specifically selected Tema because we wanted to test the robustness of the concrete construction. The one major concrete construction road in our country is that of the 19.5 kilometer stretch between Tema and Accra, referred to as Accra-Tema motorway, constructed in the 60s, mid-60s by our first president. That is the one main concrete road that we have. And this second one under President Akufo-Addo's government is being done, and once more is being championed by our dynamic, indefatigable Vice President, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. He cut the sword for this project, and we have been monitoring it on behalf of the President and the government of Ghana. It's being constructed by one of the great contractors in our country, Joshua Construction. He specifically imported this machine. He acquired this machine specifically for this project. And perhaps it's the only one in the country now. But there are other strong, hard-working contractors of our nation who are prepared to go into concrete road construction. So we are using this as a pilot scheme. This is in Tema, the Steelworks area. Those of you who live in Tema, you have seen it. He has done a lot of good work, and the first phase, covering a distance of 4.2 kilometers, is being brought to an end and will be commissioned. Then it will encourage us to look at other areas. This is expected to cost at 35.9 million Ghana cedis. There are other road programs. This is being done in Accra. Some areas, dualization, some asphalted, is being undertaken by one of our young engineer contractors. There are some young contractors who are so dynamic, hardworking, who are coming up, and I'm happy the engineers are giving them all the support to develop them, because there must be succession planning. And this one is being done by Oswald Investment. Very young, enterprising, hardworking contractor, and I salute him and people like him and all those who work hard and work well and do not cut corners to teach the people of this country will have my support, and will have the support of the president, and will have the support of government. Anybody who does the opposite will not be tolerated. This is the handiwork of Oswald Investments. And there are a number of them like that going on. Because of time, let me move fast. Bridges. Let's move on to bridges. I have finished the road bridges. I've said that we did 50 bridges during President Akufo-Addo's first term, and the second term we have programmed and scheduled 200, out of which we are confident that 120 will be completed during the second term, whilst the remaining 80 of the 200 will be at various levels of completion, so that by 7th January 2025, God willing, if President Akufo-Addo is handing over the baton to an MPP president, inshallah, the road sector, we could boast of doing 50 plus 250 bridges in the road sector alone. And I've listed them, some of them major bridges. Let me point out 2 or 3. Volivo Bridge is being put on the Volta River at around Esutari. Volivo Bridge will also serve as an alternative bridge to Adomi. And the people of this country can recall that any time the Adomi Bridge develops any problem, our brothers and sisters in the Volta region and all those who travel to the eastern side, go through terrible time. Some sleep at Adomi area for days, if not weeks, before they are able to cross the river. So we are working on this. The funding is secured. The government and people of Japan is giving us the funding. It's secured, I can assure you, but they were awaiting the construction of the roads leading to the area, and that one too we have secured funding. So that bridge will be fixed very soon. Then Adoso Echi Amanfrom Bridge, that will cross to Afram Prince is also being worked on and is going to be fixed. Bupe, Yape, Daboya bridges. We have secured the funding, and the contractor, Kores Gawao, has started the Bupe, Yape bridges. They are building 2 new bridges. These bridges were built in the mid-60s. They are long-span bridges, which we have to change them now. And we are also building the Daboya one in addition. So the 3 bridges are going on concurrently, simultaneously, because should anything happen to either Bupe or Yape, because both of them lie within the Central Corridor Road, the Daboya one will be used as an alternative bridge. A number of bridges have been completed. GHA alone, and the Chief Executive, Baba Kasim, is here. GHA alone has completed as many as 20 bridges. So a number of bridges from the point, those in red, downwards, and you can roll it over. The next 2 slides. These are some of the bridges that have been built. And these bridges are in Ghana. They are in Ghana. Don't think that they are. These are bridges in Ghana, built in Ghana during President Akufo-Addo's time. Some are Spanish bridges. Some are Czech bridges. We can show more and more. Show them more. We have built all these bridges in Ghana within a period of 3.5 years. And as many as 50 bridges have been completed. This is a serious government under a serious president. We have built a number of footbridges. Let me go on to interchanges. Because my time is almost up. I've seen the way Kojo has been eyeing me. But except that he told me, except that I am his papa, so I have that privilege. He can't control me. So. But I won't create problems for him. Interchanges, I have told you, 9 of them are going on concurrently as we speak now in the country. $25 have been earmarked, and we hope to finish 20 before the end of President Akufo-Addo's term. And all the interchanges have been listed, and we have gone far. The last 9 are in the construction stage. They are going on concurrently. And show the people of this country some of the interchanges. This is when President Obichebi Lamte, President Akufo-Addo was cutting the sod. We have finished the phase 1. They are building the phase 2, and the phase 2 has commenced. I believe you travel through Obichebi Lamte Circle. Any major project started by President Akufo-Addo is going on. It has not been stopped because there have been proper planning. We don't do things anyhow, as some people did. We do things properly. So whatever we start, God willing, inshallah, we'll see completion. No major project under our government will get stopped, God willing. This Pokwasi interchange that I've told you, first week in July, President Akufo-Addo will be commissioning it. And the members of the press, I invite all of you in advance. These are all in Ghana. It's in Ghana. We are not showing pictures from some jurisdictions. It's within our jurisdiction in Ghana, under a serious government a serious president, serious leadership. Let me conclude. I know people want me to conclude. Let me conclude by saying that I wish Kojo had given me 10 hours, because I can speak for 10 hours on the road sector. And I will have a story to tell on behalf of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So the people of this country, I want to assure you that the president is focused and the government will not be intimidated and the government will not be pushed unnecessarily, even though we expect and we welcome good suggestions from good people so that we all carry the country together. All those who have good ideas that will promote this country should come forward, and we are prepared to work together. The road sector is huge, but it has been tackled robustly, and I want to assure the people of this country that with that dynamism and with the focus on that sector, by the end of President Akufo-Addo's 8-year term, the road infrastructure in our country would have changed significantly, would have changed for the better, and would have ensured quality infrastructure for our country now and going forward. I salute all contractors. Let me end on the note that they have done a yeoman's work. Payment had not been the best. We admit contractors have done a lot of work. They have played their role well. They have kept faith with government, and government will not take them for granted. Government so far has paid about 10 billion to contractors, and we started from behind. We started paying for IPCs, interim payment certificates, from as far back as 2011. When we came to office in 2017, there were IPCs from 2011, 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16. We started paying from there, because road construction is always in progress. If, may God forbid, our government had not succeeded itself, there would have been also some IPCs that the next government will have to deal with. So we are dealing with them. That's why the president declared 2021 another year of road, and has directed all his infrastructure ministers not to add on now and to concentrate on clearing all outstanding debts. I salute all contractors for their sacrificial job, and I want to assure them that we are working hard to clear all their outstanding debts as much as possible. And the problem that we had with COVID, despite that, we are planning to pay them. I thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, we are very grateful for the presentation and the fact that despite our not giving you 10 hours, you squeezed it all together for us. Honorable Minister, I just want to highlight a few things that hit me strongly in your presentation, as I invite my colleagues just to show by hand, and we'll bring the microphone to you. You started off by making the point that Ghana's total road network is about 78,400 kilometers across the country. And that, no, don't worry. I mean, you sit down. I'm just going over it. 78,400 kilometers. And that upon assumption of office, about 23% of that had been done.
No, 23 from independence.
Yes.
Only 23% had been paid. That's ever seen.
Yes.
The remaining 77.
Yes. So this is as at 2017 January, upon assumption of office, only about 23% of the 78,000 kilometers had ever been paved.
And let me add
Very well. Very well. Very well. I was only going back just to realize that because there were 3 big headlines you gave us, if I can just go over them, that in the road sector, you have programmed to do about 11,000 kilometers of roads, and you expect to finish about 6,000 of them within this 4-year period. And you earlier mentioned that if every administration was doing this much in roads, our road situation will be significantly over by now. So, colleagues, just a little math that I was working here. Now, that 11,000 kilometers of roads will represent about 14% of the 78,000 kilometers. So what Honorable Minister is saying is that if every administration was doing about 11,000, in about 6 terms of government, 6 4-year terms, that would be about 20-something years, our roads will be done. I'm just trying to translate it into numbers. If the program is to do 11,000 kilometers of roads out of 78,400, if you take out what has been done, the 23% prior to January 2017, and then what was done between 2017 and now, with what is outstanding, over 6 terms, we should be done with our road. So what it requires is an administration that will aggressively tackle the road program as is being done now. And I think the numbers are really startling. 11,000 kilometers of roads, out of which about 6,000. When it comes to bridges, about 200 of them programmed, and the Honorable Minister explains that they expect to finish about 120 of them. And then when it comes to interchanges, 25 of them programmed, and they expect to finish 20 of them. Some of the 20 you've seen already, Pokwase and all of those ones you've seen already. I say this to you in all humility, in all honesty. After practicing journalism for nearly a decade, this is my first time of seeing or hearing the road bridge interchange program articulated in this manner so that we can all see ourselves in it. And I think it's important that, 1, you draw the country's attention to it, and as Honorable Minister said, 2, you hold us accountable. If we hold every government accountable, okay, how many kilometers are you doing in your 4-year term? We'll be able to then, make headway. I would let you please raise your hand, and then I'll bring the microphone to you for you to put up your question. But Honorable Minister, I thank you for putting it in this context for us. We'll have an opportunity to take questions. You also mentioned that a lot of payment has taken place to contractors. Did you say 10 billion? 10 billion in the last 4 years. And that some of the IPCs were as far back as 2011. And if we look at the cost of the projects, as colleagues, we'll give you a copy of the document. I want to beg of you, take time, study the document. For those of you in the electronic media, your morning show host, etc., let's spend some time on this document and interrogate it. Because, for example, your asphalt road, about what, 1-point-something billion. So if you are not paying for IPCs of 2011, and you are using all of that money to do forward-looking projects, then we can probably do a lot more than even this 11,000 kilometers that we are talking about. But I think these are some of the things that we must also begin to examine. And then, most importantly, what is our responsibility in ensuring that we're able to fund this 11,000 kilometers of roads? Because that is also another part of it. We can program it, but if we don't fund it, we'll have a difficulty there. Colleagues, I saw, 1, 2, 3. Are there any ladies? We'll be biased towards the ladies first. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll take a first batch of 4. I'll come to you 5 while we go around. So let's start from here. Please introduce yourself and let's hear your question. Please keep the questions simple so that we can get you answers.
My name is John Awuni. In the minister's prefatory message, he indicated that what he was going to present was the truth and nothing but the truth, because it has been the program was beamed live on Ghana television. Somebody from the recent saw that was cut in the Upper West region for the EU funded 35,670 kilometer reach agricultural roads. 670 kilometers of
roads,
agricultural roads in the Upper West region.
Yeah.
A citizen from that part of the country is saying that as of 2019, Ministry of Food and Agriculture statistics on maize production in Ghana, about 38,173 metric tons were produced from the Sisala East, Sisala West, and then I think East or so. So that is the Sisala area. And it's not as if those areas, they have good agricultural roads, but the sort that was cut, unfortunately, did not include those areas, which is also predominantly the food basket of the region. So he's asking why were they left out from that EU-funded project.
So, and I like to simplify it so that I get it. So his question is, why is Sisala not included in the 670 kilometers of Sisala,
all the Sisala areas is east, west, and central.
Not included in this one.
Exactly.
Why are they not included?
Yes.
Considering that they are food or part of the food basket.
Exactly. And finally, my last question is, the minister indicated that he's a devout Presbyterian, and he spoke with passion regarding that issue. So I wanted to find out, for the sake of political expediency, you hear politicians stand on political platforms saying, Kwanyedi. So in this context, look at the passion in which he's trying to help the road industry. If a politician says, do we eat roads as a way of gaining political advantage, what message does he have for such a politician?
So your question really is, what does he say to those who say that we don't chew roads?
Exactly, something like
that. Thank you. Colleagues, I beg of you, let's simplify the question so that it's easier for... Your first question is, why... Okay, so somebody from Sisala is asking, why is the Sisala enclave not included in the 670 kilometers of agric roads? Assuming that is the truth, that is not included, why is it not included? Your second question is, what does he say to people who say that roads, we don't chop? Okay, all right. I'll come for answers later. Honorable Minister, please note it down. I'll come for answers. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I am Lansa Musa with GH1 TV.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
The road linking the two upper regions, Upper East and Upper West, has always been in the budgets of successive governments. But today in his presentation, I've not heard anything regarding that.
What's the name specifically of this? Because I'm sure there'll be multiple.
The Upper East, Upper West. The Wabogatanga Road.
Good. So the Wabogatanga Road is what you are talking about.
Yes. How soon are we going to see it completed? Yeah. Yes, through Tumu. Tumu, yes. Tua, yes.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
Minister, I'll come for an answer. So Bolga, Navrongo, Tumu. Tumuwa. So Bolga, Navrongo, Tumuwa. Does he have an update on that one? Thank you. Colleagues, once again, let's be specific and straight to the point so that I can get your answers. Chairman, Nana, what is your question?
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. I like your fortitude. I want to ask you three simple questions. One, a country of 64 good years, if it were a human being, the person would be an old person by now. We don't have a single express route. What does that talk about us? As a country, at a progression, are we having a plan of having an express route in the near future? And then my second question, the dualization of Cape Coast Accra Road, Accra Kumasi Road, especially Accra Kumasi Road, has been stalled for some time now. And people are very aggressive to know why that road has been stalled. What is happening to it?
Okay.
My third question. One. Please listen to it. I have a number of roads. There's a road stretching from Mpraiso, Akosihu, Onyemuso, Agogo, Mampong to Jura. You can take that road along the Afram Plains straight to the north. It was in plan, I don't know, Honorable Ban Road you mentioned it some time ago. What has happened to that road?
Okay.
And then one road also from Odan Kwanta to Nkoko, and then Akodie Kwapong to Sankore. What has happened to those? Because I learned that road be fixed because I knew that from about 20 to 30 years ago. They are still
Can you mention the road again? The last one that you
mentioned. One from Gosu
to Sankore.
Gosu Akodie Kwapong Sankore Road.
So Gosu to Sankore.
Yeah. What has happened to it?
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, let me also caution that we're not going to make this about what about this road and what about that road. There's a big roads program that has been announced. So while we will take these ones, I want to caution that it's not going to be about what about this road and what about that. There's a bigger picture that we are dealing with. Yes, sir. You'll be the final one for this batch. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Paul. Honorable, you made mention about critical roads. What qualifies a road to be critical on government's projects? And my other question has to do with in northern part of Ghana. Going to Sabuba, we have a road from Yendi to Sabuba. that in 2018, no, not 2015 coming downwards, there was a contractor on that road working. Since government succeeded in 2017, the project stalled. I want to find out why and what happened to that project, because looking at what is going on there, when it rains, people have to find an alternative route to Tamale.
So your question is, what is the status of the Yindi to Saboba road?
Yes.
Okay. Like I mentioned, we're not going to make this about, Minister, let me highlight, I think, one of the bigger issues, and I'll let you deal with some of the specifics, and then we'll move back to the bigger conversation. So what qualifies a road as a critical road? I think that's one of the bigger umbrella questions. Before a few specific questions like Yendi Saboba, Goso Sankore, or Dan Koko, which is my road, incidentally, Praeso, Ejura. Then the dualization of Accra, Cape Coast, Accra, Kumasi roads. And then there's a question about whether or not we plan to have an expressway in Ghana. That is also based on what is an expressway. Is that Temamoto way an expressway? I don't know.
No, I know what it's talking about.
So please help us out.
Yeah, so I don't know where to start from, but I can take them one after the other.
Perhaps a critical route as a bigger subject.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me salute all of you who ask questions. All your questions are relevant and necessary. Well done. I should say well done to all of you. It gives me the opportunity to expatiate on some of these things. Yeah, critical roads. Let me say that every road in Ghana, wherever it lies, if we were to have all the resources qualified to be important, qualified to be critical. Every road, anywhere, whether it is in your village or my village or anywhere. But we know that it's impossible to deal with all roads at the same time. So we have to do some prioritization. Some roads must be done first by taking certain things into consideration. You could have a road that leads to, say, a big farming area. You can look at it because if it's done, you will be able to carry farm produce along it. For instance, why do we say that the Eastern Corridor Road, for instance, is critical to government? Because the critical nature of it is that that road starts from Tema and covers a distance of about 678 kilometers all the way to the north. And if you are going to the north from the south and you use the Central Corridor Road, Central Corridor Road means you are moving from Accra, Kumasi, Tamale to, say, Tumu. If at the same time another person leaves through Tema, assuming all the Eastern Corridor Road have been done, as we are striving to do now there are contractors all throughout. Assuming it's done, the one who uses the the Eastern Corridor Road will shorten the journey by as many as 100 kilometers. You understand? And it also passes through food growing areas, food basket areas. So such a road, don't toy with it. Again, such a road, you take it seriously because it links Tema Port and all our landlocked countries, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, they all take their cargo from Tema Port. So you know the economic importance for this country. So such a road, straight away, you pick it as a critical road. You take Boga, Boku, Pomacro Road, for instance, covering a distance of about 109 kilometers. 109 kilometers. So it links Ghana to, say, Sankasi, northern part of Togo. Economic activities for our brothers and sisters, who are on that. So, yes, every road is important, but we take some roads as critical because of its economic benefit that this country will derive from, or agricultural benefit, or whatever benefit. Then we classify them as critical roads. And at times, some of these roads, too, once you construct, it links so many communities at the same time. And it links some of the major corridor roads together. And you look at the traveling population, you look at trade, and so on. So it's just a way of prioritizing some roads. And this one, you don't even sit in Accra to think of it. Talk to the chiefs and the people themselves. That's why we involve the regional ministers. And the regional ministers were not even giving us the roads themselves. I had been privileged to be on tour with His Excellency the President. Anywhere we went, every region, every district, wherever there was a deba of chiefs and people to receive the President, they will mention one or two roads. Those two roads do not represent all the bad roads in the area. But they said that, Mr. President, this and that. These are the roads we want you to do. It's critical to them for their needs. So that's how we select them. And then,
Minister, do you want to take the dualization of Accra, Cape Coast, Accra, Kumasi?
Accra, Kumasi.
What's the status?
You see, Accra, Kumasi dualization, has been on the drawing board. It started in, if I'm not afraid, 2005, thereabout, under President Kufuor. Accra, Kumasi. My colleagues, engineers, 2001, in some okay. Please, if I am getting it wrong, please remind me, because people are listening to us. But the most important thing is that it started in President Kufuor's time to dualize Accra, Kumasi. And it is being undertaken by China Water. That is from Kwafu Krom to Apiga. And the Ofanko to Nsawam had already been dualized, even though it has failed, and we are trying to work on it to reconstruct and to rehabilitate that portion of the road. So if that is done, and now there are two contractors on it, Maripoma Company is on Ofanko to Nsawam, and from Kwafu Krom to Apiga, the China Water Company is on it. At least you can see that the Accra-bound section is all through, leading to the opening of the Suhum overpass. They are working on the Kumasi-bound side, and that has even gone very far, at least about 65% or so, and one of the engineers is on it. So we are working on it. The only thing is that there was a break after 2008. I can tell you, between 2009 2016, nothing was done on that stretch of the road, which was started by President Kufuor. And all those who traveled on that route, between 2009 and 2016, nothing was done. The dualization was not carried forward. You could see heap of material. Some of them had overgrown. You could even trap grass cutters there, and you are likely to get a grass cutter. It was never touched. We restarted it when we came back in 2017. So the dualization is on. Now, from Apega Junction to Kumasi has been broken down into 5 lots. And contractors are bidding for it. We have entered a memorandum of understanding with some of them because it's a long stretch. So we want 5 contractors to work on it at different sessions so that we bring that project to speed. And I can assure the people of this country that, God willing, by close of 2024, Accra Kumasi would have been dualized.
Mr. Accra Cape Coast?
Yes, Accra Cape Coast, we are also working on it. We have a memorandum of understanding with about 2 companies. But let me say that we will work fast on it because that stretch of road is part of the Abidjan-Lagos project under ECOWAS. So we are getting great help from African Development Bank. From Abidjan to Lagos covers a distance of 1,028 kilometers, out of which 50% lies in the Ghanaian corridor from Elubo to Afrawo, 578 kilometers. So that project is of great importance to us. And we are working very hard at it because President Akufo-Addo's second term, one of the major objectives in the road sector is to kickstart and to initiate the dualization of all major trunk roads. Those that will be completed. Those that wouldn't be possible to complete would have reached different levels of completion, and the next, God willing, MPP government will then take it over and continue. So by the time MPP completes the next 16 or 20 years of this administration, all roads in our country would have been dualized.
Minister, quickly, talking of major road corridors, can you speak to the subject of Bolga-Tumuwa, because that's also another major corridor that connects a number of regions.
Bolga, Navrongo, Tumuwa, the whole stretch, I'm happy to announce that, has been awarded. And 3 contractors are on it: Maintain, Mawooms, and Greenhouse. I'm happy that question was asked. It was a very important stretch of road. So we are working on it. And the only factory we have for how do we call it? Spinning, cotton. The only thing we have is in Tumu. I have visited there before, and cotton is grown around that area. No, that factory is not doing well because the roads, it's a problem. So I want to assure you that there are as many as 3 contractors working on that route, and we will push it.
Minister, there are a few specific questions. I'll leave them to your discretion. For example, is it true that Sisala Enclave is not included in the 670-kilometer agric routes, and if so, why? Then there are a few specifics. Go also Sankore.
You see, members of the press, in selecting the areas, it could be true. Although we are doing a total of 670 kilometers. I must be honest with you, and I won't tell you anything which I don't know. I have not positioned Sisala. But you see, 670 kilometers of roads is not a joke. So a town may not perhaps be mentioned, but by the construction of the road, it could pass through its corridor. You understand? Because great work went into it. They did studies. It's not like out of the blue, somebody said, we are going to do 670 kilometers. There were studies. Engineers went there, identified the roads, and this is, don't forget, a World Bank EU project. And you know, World Bank and EU, you know, their faces are, before you can get their money, you know, you must do the right thing. You know, the feasibility studies, if necessary, everything. So, whilst I cannot address specific towns, but it's food for thought. Chief Director, I think he said something which is important. He said something like the Sisara area, if we are doing it for agricultural purposes, is an area that food production is highest in the region. So let us note it. When we go back, let's look at it. Bibi, you are here. You know, let's look at it. Because if that is true and it has been neglected, we can bring it up and hold discussion with the World Bank, EU people. But after all, that is the purpose of the project. And the project is not sacrosanct. If we have to vary it to serve the greatest interest of the people, we have to do that. So please note it. So I assure you, it will be taken up. And follow it up to my ministry. Don't leave it here. Don't just ask the question and go and sleep. Follow it up. And if you come to the ministry, come to me myself, because you have asked me the question. Come, and I'll give you the answer.
Colleagues, we are running out of time. I want to come back to you for another set of questions, but this is precisely why we're saying let's not make it about, you know, some specific roads, because he may not have all of those road details here. The big thematic questions we're happy to take. There was a hand up here that I already pointed.
Minister,
yes,
sorry,
sir. Somebody
somebody has a very important question. Said no single express road.
Yes.
It's a very important.
Go ahead,
if you can allow.
Go ahead, sir.
No, yes, it's true, and I'm sure the person has, when we travel outside the country, we know.
What's an express road, Minister? Because I don't know what it is.
An express road. Normally, it's a highway like a motor without. You at times it doesn't even pass through any town. It you know, and it maintains a certain speed.
So is a motorway an express road?
It used to be, but now you can't. I don't know whether you can call it so now. Now that urbanization and settlement has taken, everybody is entering, and I don't know whether it's an express road again. But you say?
Achimoto or Fanko?
Or Fanko. Yes. Track. Yes. You know, okay. Because you can't enter into any this, and we are planning two. In fact, the first one, and as if I don't know whether you were hiding behind my ministry, because we discussed in detail one of them. We are starting one between Accra and Kumasi, and we want to pass through what we call Greenfield. So we are charging a company to do the studies, to find the right road corridor, which will get the road reservation. Accra to Kumasi highway, it could be 6 lane, 3 lane, even 10 lanes with slip roads and all. That one, when you start, there will be no break. On such a road, we won't even, nobody will be allowed to put speed ramps or no. And it could be built in such a way that there could be embankments so that settlement can't come close. You can't go and sell bread along the side, and you can't go and put kiosks there because there will be embankment. There is a highway, and then you tow it. You see, so that such a road, if you say the tow from Accra to is even 100 cedis, assuming it had been completed yesterday, and we are using today's this, instead of 50 pesos tow that we correct now, you say 100 cedis. No, I know people like you sitting here and the journalists, the rich ones, you don't mind. You can use it. So we are planning that.
So, Minister, because we're running out of time, I'm going to take a final batch, and then we'll move on. So 1, 2, 3. There was another hand at the back. Was that a lady's hand I saw at the back? No, then 1, 2, 3. Then I'll come here, 4, 5, and then we'll wrap up. Okay.
So my name is Kweku Asante.
Let's try and keep the questions very simple,
right,
so that
very
we can
brief, simple ones. When the finance minister had a session, close to the fixed account regulations, he said something, and I quote, "I'm working with the ministers of roads and highways, transport and interior to address congestion along the major ways." I want to know what in specific terms is being done about this. There's also the issue about speed ramps. In some areas, Residents themselves have created their own speed ramps. It's not smooth and it's causing some problems. What is government doing about that? And then on the matter of road accidents, between January and April this year, 1,000 people have lost their lives on our roads. Is this something that the ministry is looking at? And then the Sino Hydro deal. We know it's a $2 billion project. How much has the Chinese government, released to government so far about this? And then
I think you showed it in the PowerPoint presentation. Did I see 500 million? Yeah.
Okay.
We saw
and so
that
on the matter of the...
Unfortunately, Kweku, I have to move on.
All right,
I have to move on and take up this. Yes, sir. So, Kweku, I took 3 of your questions. Let me move on, sir.
Right.
Quickly.
Daniel Ajuda, Computer
Yep.
Minister said, okay, maintenance on Hassam, road maintenance from 2017 to current date. Me say who say how much did it cost? Omani Bokasain the road maintenance no. And now, then she say no de beto akwan mu say the beya going forward no Omani Mboka and now road in the beche and san ya maintenance. So the beya say sika no nke betimi push dia ko
other. So no can o sisi say omo extended time no for 5 years.
Okay.
Why answer that?
All right.
Thank you.
How much did it cost us?
Okay, the first question, how much did road maintenance cost between 2017 and 2020? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable. Medindi Akokraba, we are Kasapa FM.
Yeah.
Honorable, all court vetting, no idea about all kind of say, Amenyoku and Asempono, Mrashibia for Jiu Tumwa. Idea about I want to transfer by say road levy, road tolls, and I would know what more than answer to me an increase in the sound commodity. Maybe I say a quack say, as I saw her gonna have more. Toll boots I would want ebro a son.
The road tolls in common, yes.
And I feel so no, we share at motor Franco highway and so. Deba kwa any moves a bit to me, I heard now where ye accident I would wear through Honomo. No street light, ya dear to me and Kenjaho. Over 400 street lights and a watch motor to of Franco. A move 400 and only 12 and a year, Juma.
According to where?
According to Mary Potter, my
one
of I can
No, it's fair. I mean, it's data he's putting out. And we must develop this culture where somebody puts out data, we say, what's the source? And asking what's the source is not a... Yeah, and it's good that he has done that. Go ahead, sir.
And she said, I would go up and say, over here now, when we need to make an accident, I would want to it major. That's it.
That's your boy, Basu say, one case research. No, now they 2 about TNB question. That's the kind of journalism we are looking for. Finder and then GNA. GNA, I'll take only one question, unfortunately. Okay. Yes, Finder.
Minister.
Yes, sir.
Recently, there was an armed robbery attack on workers on the Wulugu-Pasengbe highway. They also took away 300,000 Ghana cedis. I'm wondering, are you aware of this?
Is he aware of an armed robbery attack on the Wulungu-Pasenga road?
Pasengbe, yeah.
Yes.
Road, on the workers.
Yes.
And what if he's aware, has he spoken to the contractors and the workers about...
If he's aware, has he done what?
Has he had interactions with them subsequently?
Has he spoken to the contractors?
Yes, and the workers about what they went through. Also, in 2015, the Ghana Highway Authority threatened to clear billboards, unauthorized billboards on the road network. This threat was repeated somewhere 2019, April. I'm wondering, what's the status of this threat, and they also threatened to surcharge companies.
So what is the Ghana Highway Authority doing about billboards in unauthorized places?
Yes.
Thank you. Ghana News Agency, one question and then we'll wrap up. I'll take both. Let's be quick. Simplify them.
Okay, thank you. Honorable, what plans do you have to introduce electronic payment of tolls?
Electronic payment of tolls.
Yes, because of the great loss we experienced along that route.
Very well. Your second question.
Then Minister Oferata, the Minister of Finance, said it will cost government $10 billion to fix all roads. And I want the minister, who is the minister of that sector, to throw more light onto this thing. Thank you.
Minister, so we are in your hands. What is being done to address congestion, speed ramps, and road safety, I think? That was the first question from Kweku. What is being done to address congestion, speed ramps, and road safety? How much did it cost to maintain roads between 2017 and 2020? In Chi, road tolls in Komono, Akosi Sen, and Achimoto of Fanko street lights, bear 12 out of 400, you said. Ena Eye Juma, Ye Huden. Wulungu Pasinga Road. Yes, say armed robbery BC. So when you want or have you had opportunity to speak to the contractors or the workers? Do you have any further information on that reported accident? What has been done also about billboards in unauthorized places, electronic payment for tolls, and can you throw more light on the $10 billion, that 60 billion cedis there, about estimate of what is required to complete our major roads? Minister, we're in your hands. We have just about 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Let me run quickly through them. If the answers are not deep enough because of time, when we break, you can contact me or any of my people to fill you in. One, congestion. Congestion. Is it okay now?
Yes, it is.
Congestion is very, very important for obvious reasons. If possible, there shouldn't be congestion of our roads because it retards progress, economically, even health. Congestion, you are behind another car, blowing fumes, you are inhaling, and it has even health implications. So we are concerned about it. I'm happy to announce that about a month ago, I set up 3 key committees in my ministry to look at 3 key issues. One of them was on congestion. And all the 3 are being headed by, one of our strong, proven engineers, and they are working hard. I think before end of month, they are supposed to submit their report to me. But that notwithstanding, we have even started going round, and you are journalists. I know you follow us. We have been to Boom intersection. That's why in my presentation I said the BHM contractor, I have directed him to start work there to ease that congestion leading to the investing. Okay, we have been to Osino and Enyinem to deal with that problem. We have been to Burumbura. We have been to Mankasim. And each of these places, I am happy to announce that we found solution to them. And my engineers and the agency heads have taken them up. Some we are doing quick bypasses to temporarily deal with the situation until the long-term dualization program, which will permanently solve that problem. So that's on congestion. Speed ramps. You are asking very relevant, very intelligent questions. Speed ramps had been seen by us, my ministry, as problematic. The public complain, the transport unions complain, and government is in place to deal with the concerns of the people. So there's another committee, also headed by one of our strong engineers in my ministry. So they are doing speed ramp audit across the country. And where we have to remove them, we are going to remove them, at least to let us enjoy traveling. So we are looking at it. Road accidents, that is a very broad question, very, very broad question, which has to be dealt with professionally, and I invite your views. I had the opportunity to contribute to road safety issue on the floor of Parliament, and I indicated that regrettably, all of us are clamoring for good roads, but regrettably, the more we improve the roads, then the more drivers would want to perhaps put their driving proficiency to test, by accelerating and speeding and overtaking, and because we are recording fatal accidents on the excellent road portions, of our network. You remember last year, on the Cape Coast Road, one accident claimed 50 lives. You know, you are journalists. And then on Brownhafo, Kintampo Road, another accident claimed 50 lives. No, so driver attitude, the indiscipline, even the driver unions, or the transport unions, they themselves are concerned. At times we dialogue with them, and at times they themselves discipline their own people. So accidents, is a lot of them wrong, overtaking, overspeeding, drink drive, and all that. So we have to talk to our people. This is what I said, and one of your people, one of you, unprofessionally reported me that we should stop constructing roads, because if you construct roads, people will be dying. I mean, if you are a journalist worth your salt, you won't talk that way. But in our part of the world, where people think that once they have the microphone, they are on top of the world, and that they can criticize anybody and say anything at all and get away with it. If you are a journalist worth your salt, me, road minister, saying that we should not construct road because when we construct, people will die. You see, you write it that way. When people read, they know. The two of us, they know who is intelligent and who is stupid. The two of us, the people of this country will judge who is intelligent and who is stupid. Then, that one, I can't put a figure on it, but in terms of maintenance costs.
So, Minister, we can get the figure for them later. Let's quickly deal with the road tolls conversation. Is there any update on the road tolls conversation? Come on about road tolls. Nakosi saying it was a key question.
Yeah, it's coming up. It's something that must go through cabinet. You cannot just get up and say you have increased road toll. We are coming up with a memo to cabinet, and then to parliament to get the law changed and amended. I think the last time it was done was in NDC time, around 2015 or so, or 16, under 2015, 2016, when 2010, when the fuel levy, when it was increased from 4 pesos to 40. No, the road toll increased from 5 cedis to 1 cedi. 1 cedi for the 4-wheel cars, and there was so much hue and cry in this country. But let me put on record that our country pays, if I'm not afraid, the lowest toll in the whole world. So, but the world average is $1, and $1 is about 6 cedis or so, around 6 cedis. So we are thinking of it. Of course, government will take into consideration the capabilities and the power, economic power of the people to pay. But we are working on it. It will definitely come up. So the people of this country should brace themselves up that we are going to change the road to. As for that one, it's coming.
Street lights, Minister.
Street light, yes. He was talking about the street light on Ofanko.
Yeah.
We fixed them.
But the bigger question is asking is, what is a program to ensure that street lights are maintained?
Let me make this clear. People should understand this. My ministry is responsible strictly for traffic lights. Strictly.
So street lights will go to transport?
Street lights, no. It's under, I think, Energy Commission, Ministry of Energy. Strictly.
So, colleagues, let's make a note.
But at times we help. But the one he's talking about, because it's in town, So urban roads, people fix it. But they were vandalized. They were stolen. we fixed that portion of the road, that you spoke of. We fixed them in 2019, but all the cables were stolen. Okay, so we are revisiting it. So there is security challenge there, and the billboards. Somebody asked of the billboards. Yes, installed, but we have resumed. And the billboards, we work in conjunction with the city authorities and the advertising association. We cannot just go on our own with impunity and throw them off. So we have to work with these institutions.
The final question, Minister, can you throw some more light on how much is required to comprehensively deal with the entire road network? Finance Minister mentioned that we need at least about $10 billion to do a good job there. Any further comment on this?
Let me confirm the figure. Let me confirm the figure given by the Finance Minister. He did not talk out of the blue, and he did not, with the highest respect, talk anyhow. He mentioned the figure that has been concluded, because His Excellency the President charged the two of us, my good self and the Finance Minister, to sit down and work out the mathematics and what will be required, to deal seriously, and aggressively with the road sector. And we did that work. I mean, my ministry, my engineers did that exercise, and we had a joint meeting with the other technocrats from Ministry of Finance, of course, with the two ministers, myself and Minister of Finance present. We did detailed work, and that work has since even been reported to Cabinet, and the government is looking at it. Economic management team, they are all looking at it as how to raise the money, in whatever form. That's what we need. If we have $10 billion, which will work out to something around 60 billion Ghana cedis, at least we will be able to do what all previous governments could not do. We will stand in for them and what they could not do. Okay? Yeah.
Colleagues, that will bring us to the end of our brief on roads. I just want to reiterate some of the major points that the Honorable Minister has made. There's a program for about 11,000 kilometers of roads, and they expect that they can conclude or complete about 6,000 of them in these 4 years, whilst the remaining will still be under construction. This program excludes what is in the pipeline that could be added to this 11,000 kilometers of roads. And I think it's instructive to note how Honorable Minister first puts the picture in context. And I pray you to let your audiences also understand the context. 78,000 kilometers of road for the entire country, out of which 23%, only 23% from independence till January 2017 had been paved. And then in the last 4 years, give or take about 4,000 was worked on. So you can see the balance or the outstanding kilometerage of roads. And the program is that in the next 4 years, 11,000 kilometers. That's about 14% of the 78,000. And Honorable Minister makes the point that if you have every government in 4 years doing this about 14%, do the math. In about, unless my math is not correct, in about 6 4-year terms, you should be done with all of this. The costs, as at now, looking at it, they talk about $10 billion in that space. And I think it raises a conversation we have to have somewhere down the line. What is the most optimal way to raise this $10 billion? Is it debt? Or are we agreeing that because we don't want too much debt, we will all pay a little bit more so that we can do it? Or is it a mix of the two? So we want the roads, but there's a conversation also about our collective responsibility to ensure that these programs can come to fruition. 120 bridges out of 200 bridges. And he's shown us those that have been completed, those that are, on their way to completion. And then about 25 interchanges programmed, out of which about 20 expected to be completed. And he's given us some more details. Honorable Minister, we didn't give you 10 hours, but I think you've done a lot in almost 3 hours. I think we'll give him a round of applause. Colleagues, as I usher the Honorable Minister through the Minister's door on the left, himself and his delegation, as they exit, I want to invite to the podium the government statistician. There's something significant that is going to happen on the 27th of June. That is the Census night. It happens once every 10 years. 27th of June is Census night. And after Census night, we'll have what we call enumeration. Now, this exercise is critical because for all the policies of government, one of the key considerations is census data. One of our colleagues was asking, how do you determine priority routes? As Minister mentioned, economic benefits, other things, and also benefits to populations within some of these areas. So census data is even critical for things like road construction. Policy formulation hinges strongly on census data. He's going to speak to us briefly about what has been done, what is outstanding, and we need your help if the census exercise is to be successful. We need your help. So he's going to outline what help we need from you so that you can help us have a successful census and build successful policies based on it. Professor Nim used to be a professor of economics. He was one of my lecturers in Cape Coast University. So if my economics is not good, you can blame him for it. Prof, we're in your hands. So, Rose, please.
I can understand.
Please come this way. Please.
Thank you. Thank you.
As the roads team exits, colleagues, we will share with you a copy of the presentation. The data is rich. Interrogate it and let your audiences also be acquainted with it. Prof, let's start.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon, members of the press. What I intend doing is to walk you through three main issues, and under each of these three issues, I'm going to touch on three items. The first dimension is about prompting all of us with regards to where we are and why we need to take the upcoming 2021 population and housing census exercise as a very important national activity that is going to occur to us as a country in the next 35 days. The first prompt is the fact that, as was indicated by the Honorable Minister, census undertaking is a decennial activity. The last thing we would want to do as a country is to make this 2021 population and housing census as a missed opportunity. That is why we are so grateful to the ministry for creating this platform for us, and looking forward to the next few weeks ahead of us would have such similar engagement. On account of that, I would want to remind members of the press the key dates that are ahead of us. In 8 days' time, that is between now, the 23rd of May to the 31st of May, we're going to start with our major and last training program, which is a training of field officers. And for the 2021 population and housing census, we've identified the need to put in the classroom 76,500 field enumerators and supervisors, of which 70,000 of them will be deployed to the field. The second most important date that I want to put out there, which is going to occur in the next 21 days, is the start of the listing of structures. Population and housing census is anchored by two pivotal objectives. One has to do with complete coverage, and the second has to do with accurate data. For purposes of complete coverage, we have to chalk and list all structures that are at different stages of completion ahead of the enumeration exercise. And this exercise has been scheduled to start from the 13th of June 2021. That gives us 21 days ahead of the start of the listing of structures. And the main date that we are all looking forward to, which thankfully the Honorable Minister talked about, and I want to emphasize, is the celebration of the Census Night. The Census Night is very critical, and as we speak, we are 35 days ahead of the celebration of the Census Night. It remains critical because the enumeration that we would conduct from the 28th of May to the 11th of July would use 27th night as a reference night. So all the questions that we are going to ask between this 14-day period that is 28th of June to the 11th of July, would make reference to 27 June 2021 as the reference point. So these are the three prompts that I think it's important for us as members of the press to put in context anytime we are making publicity about the 2021 population and housing census. The second domain that I want to emphasize on are three highlights that from this press release would be very grateful if members of the press would help us publicize it. The first, which I emphasize strongly, is the fact that census is a national activity. It is not a government activity. Census is a non-partisan activity, and census is not a partisan activity. We hold on to this strongly. Unlike the previous engagement, we are not talking about government doing this, government doing that. Census is about all of us as people living in the country, and that makes it a national activity. Census is not a partisan activity. Census is a non-partisan activity. So for those of us at Ghana Statistical Service leading the process for the census undertaking, we've taken certain steps and earmarked a couple of steps more that we need to take to ensure that indeed census undertaking is a national and a non-partisan activity. Some of the activities that we've undertaken is to get members of states, that is statesmen, to publicly make pronouncements on how they've used census data over the period. Members of the press, census is the only activity that has given us the opportunity to say that between 1960 and 2010, our population has gone up by 17.9 million persons. In 1960, our population was 6.7 million persons, and in 2010, our population stood at 24.6 million persons. So it is only the census date that gives us such rich information. So for that reason, to characterize the exercise as a national activity, it's important to engage with previous statespersons, and I've personally engaged with the former president, John Agyekum Kufuor, who's made a public statement on the census. I've personally engaged with the former president, John Dramani Mahama, who's also made a public statement on the census. On 28th of May 2021, the president has agreed to launch the 30-day countdown to the census activity. This is coming on the backdrop of His Excellency the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, launching the 100 days to the census activities on the 19th of March 2021. So clearly, with all these statesmen throwing their weight behind the census activity, it points to the fact that it is indeed a national activity. We've not stopped our engagement in ensuring that it is a national activity. Indeed, we have taken steps to ensure that it is a non-partisan activity. This is the first time that as a country we are benefiting from a Speaker of Parliament who is coming from the minority side. For that reason, again, I have personally engaged with the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, and he has agreed and again made a public statement on the relevance of the census. He made reference to how he utilized census data when he headed 3 different ministries in the past. He did not end the engagement there, but he's going ahead to ensure that come next week, Ghana Statistical Service would have the platform to engage members of parliament on the need for us to see census as indeed a non-partisan activity, so that we would all ensure that it achieves what it's intended to achieve. The second major thing that I want to highlight on has to do with the fact that within this COVID-19 era, all of us are worried about the intent that our enumerators going to the households would have on the infection rate. I want to mention to all persons in Ghana that we are taking all the necessary steps to ensure that the census adheres to the strict protocols of COVID-19. What are some of the things that we are doing? We have already engaged with the Ministry of Health through the Ghana Health Services, and again had engagement with Dr. Anthony Nsiansari, who is the Presidential Advisor on Health, and a confirmation has been given that all 85,000 field officials that we're going to engage from the beginning of 31st May 2021 would be vaccinated. So over the period 31st May 2021 to 9 June 2021, all our 85,000 field supervisors would go through the vaccination exercise. We are not ending that exercise there. We have procured all the necessary personal protective equipment, i.e. the nose masks that we need, the thermometers that we have to ensure that daily health screening is done, the sanitizers that we need, and I take this opportunity to thank Zoom Lion for supplying us with part of the sanitizers that we need ahead of the 2021 population housing census. Our field officials have further been trained on the need to ensure at least a 2-meter distance when engaging with respondents, and all of them on regular basis would have their nose masks on as they engage with respondents to ensure that no incident of COVID-19 erupts as a result of the census undertaking. So the second major highlight has to do with 85,000 of our field officers ensuring that they are vaccinated ahead of the 2021 population and housing census. The third major highlight that I want to put on the table for our press members to carry up has to do with where we are with our census undertaking. Members of the press, all our strategies have been finalized again with 8 days ahead of the training exercise. All that we are doing now is handing over the census undertaking to the production unit, which is the enumeration areas where we're going to do the census exercise. In the past 3 weeks, we visited 13 of the 16 regional coordinating councils. We've personally engaged with the regional ministers. We have only 3 of the regional coordinating councils outstanding, and hopefully in the course of the ensuing week, we're going to engage with the 3 other regional coordinating councils with the regional minister leading the engagement. In addition to that, we have been able to dispatch 8 to 8 out of the 16 regions all our census materials, and our expectation is that by Thursday, that is prior to the 30-day countdown, which I indicated that the president would be launching, we would have had all our logistics in the district where, as I indicated, are the headquarters of our production units, which is the enumeration areas. Members of the press, I would want to conclude my press briefing today with some demystifiers that I think it's important to carry to the general public as we start our census engagement. The first demystifier has to do with whether census is just about counting. For some reason, a number of us have inculcated in us the notion that census is simply about counting people. The 2021 population housing census, like previous censuses, goes beyond counting of people. What it does in this particular round is, in addition to counting people, it's going to give us rich information on 13 different modules, which have been captured under 127 questions. Among the things that as media persons would want you to carry out in this press briefing is the ability of the census data to help us answer at least 2 policy key questions, and moving on, we're going to share with you how the census data can be used in at least 100 ways. One of the things that I want you to carry along is whether, as a country, we are harnessing the full benefits of the demographic dividend that we're currently enjoying as a result of the reduction in fertility that we've seen between 1960 and 2010. This is the only census data that is helping us track our fertility rate over the 50-year period. And thankfully, in 2021, we'll have the opportunity to do this same analysis over a 60-year period. Another demystifier beyond the counting of persons with the census data has to do with the old age issue of addressing our housing deficit. Currently, the projection stands at in excess of 3 million persons that are challenged with finding a place of residence. It is only the census that over time gives us a sense of our housing deficit in totality, because it collects data to all the 131,739 localities that we have. So the first thing I want us to demystify as press persons is the fact that census undertaking goes beyond counting people and provides us with the rich characteristics of the persons that our successive governments would want to govern. The second demystification that I want to put on the table has to do with how census is different from other registration exercises. Census is not like elections. Census is not like the national identification system where people would have to queue to ensure that they are registered. Census is about we going to the residences of people, engaging with the people, and asking questions about their living conditions and their living areas. So it's not just about the people, it's not just about their conditions, but the circumstances under which they live. So clearly, census undertaking is the other way around, and what we want to demystify has to do with not the need for people to travel for purposes of the engagement, just be at your place of residence, and what we say is that we're going to count every person at the right time and the right place. So just remain wherever 27/9 would find you and would come to you, do the counting, and collect the necessary information that we need. And the final thing that I want to demystify has to do with census not being the responsibility of Ghana Statistical Service. I'm happy to indicate that following the launch of the 100 days ahead to the Census 9 that was done by His Excellency the Vice President that focused on leveraging state resources, now we are all experiencing a situation where census is not just about Ghana Statistical Service, but census being a collective responsibility, and we have state institutions coming on board to support us to ensure that this decennial activity is done and is done in a very successive manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prof, please stay with us behind the podium. I will take questions for you at this point in time. Colleagues, I also want to mention to you that, as Prof mentioned, census materials are being dispatched to various regions for onward transmission to districts. We have some materials on the dispatch of the census enumeration documents, etc., which we'll put on the press pool platform so that you can also share with your audiences. Good time to take questions for Prof now. We are biased towards ladies. Madam, we'll bring the microphone to you. Colleagues, if there are any others, give me a wave now. Let me get the microphone to you. Madam, let's start with you.
My name is Albert Samoti. I'm from Daily Graphic. Okay, even with national identification card, there are errors, even with people's spelling of names. And now with census and a lot of information is going to be collected, how much percentage error are you expecting?
I hear you. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Suma would be below Honomoa, woman into Muse, Yebekai Womo. Sam Kofuku, we know, dear year for home, and I say convince Ben Yedemo, said a bear, will be who said mediation first of all, would I say?
What are we doing about people who have religious or religion-based inhibitions, for which reason they may not want to participate in the census? And the question was in tree. Prof, I hope your tree is good. Colleagues, Prof, I'll come to you. These are our two questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable, and thank you very much for the two questions that have come up. The first one has to do with errors, which I must indicate that it's a very important question, but we need to put that question in a context because you need to ask yourself, what type of error are you thinking about? Are you thinking about errors from the counting, errors from, as you indicated, misspelling of names, and so on and so forth? So as part of the entire census operation, after the data collection exercise that I indicated that is going to span over the period 28th of June to the 11th of July, just after we finish with that, we embark on what we call a post-enumeration survey. That post-enumeration survey is what we do to ensure that we are able to estimate the extent to which we've moved away from what the reality is on the ground. So at this moment, we are not putting any figure on the table that it's a 5% error, it's a 10% error, or 1%. It depends on the type of error that we're thinking about, and based on the post-enumeration survey that we're going to do, we're going to see the extent to which we've deviated from it, and then see whether there is the need to make some adjustment depending on the perspective of the error that we are dealing with. The second question has to do with publicity, education, and advocacy, and thank you very much for putting that question forward. This is the very reason why we are stepping up our engagement, starts 28th of May 2021, with the President throwing his weight behind the census activity, and as we witnessed and indicated earlier on, the ministry is offering us this platform for us to continuously engage people who have reservations. We do indeed have identified such sects of people with reservations, and continuous engagement is being deepened to ensure that they all are part of the census process. One of the things is what I've said today. It is a decennial activity, and we wouldn't want to miss this opportunity where certain sects of people are not counted. That is why we are fronting our message that it is a national activity and it is a non-partisan activity. Honorable, before you come in, I just want to mention to the members of the press that our last slide, as we show on the screen, is the source of our information. Members of the press, we have indicated several times that this is the first digital census that we are seeing in the country. It is not just a matter of using tablets for data collection. All our processes has been digitized. We have electronic pathways for accessing documents. So what you see on the screen is our QR code, the barcode that once you get access to the soft copies of the presentation, you're going to scan through it and you're going to get access to all the information that you need. Indeed, we have special resources for the media, i.e. a one-pager for the media, which we are going to share a hard copy with you. We've developed a media kit also for the media, which you're going to make available. And for each of you here, a packet is left behind that contains all our census materials. Please, the slogan is "You count, get counted." Thank you, Honorable.
We were almost done, and colleagues, please do give us a wave so that I don't have to wrap up and leave you behind. I'll give you the final word.
Yes. Most often, after the census, if you want to get a copy of the census results, I don't know where you go to. Is it to go to our website, go to Ghana Publishing, whatever, or where do you get it? Because it contains economic, social, agriculture, every information that you need. And as journalists, we need some of these copies so that we can also get information for our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is the third part of our engagement that remains very important to us. Members of the press, as I indicated, there are two objectives that are anchoring the census in this phase of the exercise, which has to do with complete coverage and accurate data. The third part is what you've asked, the results advocacy around the census, which is very important in terms of accessing the data from the census. Because this is the first digital census, we are being ambitious that we're going to finish with the data collection on the 11th of July, and within 3 months, we should be able to come up with the results from the census. We're going to make the census data available and in different forms to different stakeholders. So the first source of information is our website, which we're going to put all the information there. And beyond that, we're going to do targeted engagement with different stakeholders depending on the needs of the census and make the data available. And the third and final area, which we started already, is the media engagement. As some of you are aware, we've engaged with media persons in the 3 ecological zones of the country, and once the census is done, we're going to engage with media persons again over a period of at least 6 months to walk them through the findings that we are coming up with from the 2021 population and housing census.
Professor Enim, for that very quick brief. You needed, 20 minutes to put it all together for us. Prof, thank you. You may kindly resume your seat. This won't be the last time that Professor Enim is going to be with us. He will be with us a few more times as we get ready for Census Night, which is the 27th of June. 27th of June. 27th of June. 27th of June. Prof, thank you very, very much. Colleagues, this is how we would wrap up on today's briefing. I just noticed a question from one of you, which I think should have come in during our last briefing. The Honorable Minister also gave data on how much was done in the first term of the Akufo-Addo administration. So we pray you that as you report, don't leave out how much was done. If you are talking of 6,000 kilometers in the second term, out of a program 11,000, please mention the 4,000 that was done in the first term, so that that context is created. If you're talking of 25 interchanges, don't forget the first 7 in the first term. And then I think for the number of bridges as well, he gave a red portion of what has been done already. We will circulate a copy of the presentation on the Press Poll platform and also put it on the Ministry of Information's Facebook and other social handles. And you can take it up, and please let's use it as some fodder for our public conversations. Thank you. Wish you all the best. We look forward to seeing you on Wednesday for our second brief for the week. Thank you.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Sano, me yare kakra. I say, "Ubuona, what do na? Fever ne?" I say, "Go home for." Look at the oh ne. If I don't call Papa or Tonto and do one, on one of my Japan. And I'm a may blame. Other man, young or didn't you?
Me who Joe was says me war na minimum. Okay. Na me share da. Ena me who no any swadi who. Se ukunu nie.
The yabe 23 more, 22 more. No, I'm share school nursing.
Okay.
From classes. I'm the mensa. And I draw. But we want to both hands. We want some music in back on so many draw fast.
Always I appreciate it because how can someone paint with his mouth like M1?
The federal government of Nigeria has directed a ministerial delegation to Ghana to resolve the lingering conflicts between the Nigerian traders and the authorities. So today we took to the streets of Accra to find out from some Nigerians what they expect from this dialogue.
First of all, lock up shops. They didn't lock Nigeria for their shop. One, what they lock their shop is Biafrans. Because a lot of Yoruba men, they are there doing business, their shop is open. Hausa men, they are there doing business. Only Igbos, they lock their shop. So when they say Nigeria, that means it's like Yoruba is not included. Hausa too is not included. Only Igbos, that is Biafrans, that is the people that lock their shop. So when the people say government, unless the people that will come here come and talk, put mouth inside that matter, unless they say Biafrans, it's not Nigerian. When they are coming here, they are coming to collect bribe and go back. We know them for a long time. Corruption started from Nigeria. The whole world knows. So when they come here, they are coming to collect bribe. When they collect their bribe, they go. If they lie, make them come here 7 times in a day, nothing will be solved. Honestly speaking. So these people that is coming here, I don't know. They're not coming here to do anything. They're just coming here to see Ghana Dubai. Because I saw first show it in the TV. Ghana Dubai, Ghana Dubai. When they come, they video themselves. They see, say, every time you kid used to talk Ghana Nyash, Ghana Big Nyash. All of them, they are coming. When they come here, stay like 3 days now. We hear a lot of women, they are pregnant in Ghana. So they should stop them to not come here. When they come here, including you are laughing. When you come here, hold your mic well. And they tell you, when they come here now, they are coming to pregnant everybody. When they're pregnant, they go their way. What's good for that country? Just to condemn that country. Spoil their name. Green, white, green. In your life, have you seen any country that have that flag? Green, white, green. To show you say their mind is not equal. See where they go put black for center, white for center. Now black for supposed to they are there, red they the other side. And that red here to show you say they are very wicked and devilish. Then they come put fire. Fire for center. Because every day fire they burn for that country. Bloodshed, blood now everywhere.
For me, I didn't expect much from them because I thought that they have done some meeting for here, I think last year, for them to open the shops, but they didn't do anything. So for Nigeria government to come into Ghana and do these things, I'm not sure that they will open it. I'm not too sure about it.
I think for them making that it's a very good idea because at least Nigeria them that they are over here to them they are helping. And Ghana and Nigeria are very good. They are in very good relationship. So if that thing will go on for that relationship to take place, still be pending, I think it's a good thing. So it's not bad. And all of us should be grateful that we, the Nigerians and the Ghanaians, we are going to be equal because one blood and one flesh. There's nobody within that the person is from Europe, and Africa is Africa. Good idea.
I won't blame Ghanaian. I won't blame them here because it was what Buhari told them. They said it's because of the prison that they broke in Edo State. I know everything's lie. They're just trying to frustrate we Nigerians here. You understand? So I don't know because Buhari is Fulani. He's not Nigerian. I don't know how he become president. Well, nobody voted for him. He used power to be on that seat. You understand? So we are just praying for him to move from that place, so that we will have freedom. It's like we are fighting for freedom. You can imagine. Nigeria is like the king of Africa, the best country in the Africa, giant of Africa. Like it's just like we are suffering. It's not good. It's not good. Sometimes you see some Nigeria, they'll be crying, shedding tears. Shedding tears. You'll just sit down with shedding tears because of thinking. How can a graduate, undergraduate, come to this country, be suffering, doing mates, parabolating, going around, even to eat food it's difficult. He's begging. I've seen a lot of them. When you go to that Vienna city, graduates, I know them, most of them, they are graduates, but they are begging 5 cedi, 2 cedi, how to eat, how to feed themselves. But it's not good. It's not good. If it's like that, it's a good thing, It's very, very, very good. If it's going to be like that, we are happy. We are happy. Because sometimes we are hearing a lot of rumor. This thing, we are hearing a lot of rumor. You understand? They will always say it, but it doesn't happen. But if it happens like this, that they are sending people, we'll be happy. I won't lie to you, we'll be happy. It's a good thing to us. We Nigerians.
Well, some Nigerians are actually hopeful that this dialogue would actually be fruitful. Until next time, my name is Vicky Soa, My Nigeria TV.
Misano, me yare kakra. I say ubu na wado na fever ne. I say go home for. Look at the ne. If I don't call papa or 20 do na on one of my Japan. And a mamma me blame. At the man young or didn't you?
Me who Joe says me were na minimum. Okay. Na me shanada. Ena me who no and swadi who. The ukunu
ni. Me 23 more, 22 more. I'm a share school as okay. From classes. I'm the Mesa and I draw. I do want to both hands. It was some museum back on so many draw fast.
Always I appreciate it because how can someone paint with his mouth like M1?
Dreams, well, that's one thing you can never take away from a child because it's at their disposal and they have the freedom to dream as much as they want. On this week's edition of The Untold, we bring you a playback of the story of a visually impaired young man who today is a presenter with the Unique FM, one of the radio stations of the GBC, and how much of his dream has led him to this point. Selassie Sikanku shares his story with us on this week's edition of The Untold, where we bring you inspiring stories of personalities doing amazing things in this life. Welcome again to this edition. My name is Eche Atisu.
He is a living proof that disability is indeed not an inability, and he proves this every Monday afternoon on Unique 95.7 FM.
95.7 Unique FM of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Time check, it's 20 minutes past 2 here on 95.7. Good afternoon to you wherever you are. My name is Selassie Kanku and I'm welcoming you to the program Lunch on Unique.
DJ Odo serenades his numerous listeners with beautiful tunes for an hour every day and does not need help from anyone to do it. His disability has never been a hindrance to achieving the heights he has struck. His attention to detail and the confidence with which he executes his business leaves his colleagues in awe and serves as motivation for all who encounter him on the job.
Your face like yesterday. Hey, I go head you.
What you for?
I dey go.
You know they play CDs again?
Oh, I know they play CDs.
So that's you they play virtual DJ. But you know get eyes if they play virtual DJ. But me I know get I know they play.
Have your eyes closed?
Today on The Untold, we get up close and personal with Selassie Sikanku, the visually impaired radio presenter who is still making strides after 14 years in the industry.
My name is Selassie Sikanku. Friends call me DJ Odo. I'm a visually impaired presenter at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. I started working here from 2010. I went to the GBC Radio and Television Training School, and then after the TV and Radio and Television Training School, my former boss, that's Mr. William Ampim Dakun, saw the potential in me, and then I wrote my application letter. I applied to be a staff of GBC, so I was accepted. Well, I love radio from my childhood days. I remember those days when I was in primary school. I put some money together, what the children used to call susu. When they give you your money for food, you save some down. So I saved, and then my dad added something to it, and then we bought my first radio. Because those days I used to disturb his radio. Maybe he wants to listen to something, and then he says I've turned the radio to another place. Those days the stations were not many, but he realized that I keep touching his radio and he wasn't so comfortable with that. So the plan was, no, then I need to buy a new radio. So I saved, and then I had a top up from him, and then I got my first radio, and that made me love radio more because I was listening to most of our renowned presenters here in the GBC, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. There's the likes of the late Charlie Sam, George Crabb, the late James Amati, and the other senior presenters, and I learned so many things from them. So that pushed me into going into radio.
Yeah, Charlie, what's up?
Being the only visually impaired person in his family, Selassie grew up in a loving home where lack was never an option. His parents ensured that he had a good education like every normal child and did not push him into any form of disability school.
I did my national service at Radio Universe, and that is a University of Ghana radio station. And then I went to the University of Ghana. I did a bachelor's degree. That is a political science and sociology. And before then, I went to Okwapmai Secondary School. Those days we call it Okwapmai School. I was born visually impaired. So my parents were then living in Jowlu. So, you know, my brother also came, and we were two boys, two babies disturbing. And my parents were looking for how best they can educate me. They didn't want me to go to the boarding school, that's a school for the blind, because I was so young, and they felt it wasn't so appropriate to leave me at the school for the blind just like that. So they were thinking about it. So when they went to one school in Jowlu, that is a Little Flower Montessori school, for admission for my brother, they said they didn't take children at 1 year, but they take from 4 years. So my mom told the proprietor then, that is the late Mrs. Rita Kato, that she has a boy who is 4 years, but he is visually impaired. So they didn't know, she's now thinking of where to place him. And then Mrs. Keto said, no problem, you can bring him and then we see if he can fit into our school. So they brought me to the school. I was very, very comfortable with friends. But I remember at that, at that tender age, I had a lot of friends and they go to places with me, we play, we do everything together. So that is how my nursery school started. But then Mrs. Keto didn't have a primary school in those days, so I had to go to primary. That was from the nursery school. That's from the nursery school. I had to go to the primary school, and that became a problem. We had an assurance from one school in Accra that they would accept me in the school. That's a regular school. But then when it got to the last hour, the headmistress of the school was saying that the people as a sighted persons who do, I used to help in household chores. I used to, you know, those days we push car tires and all that. If I know the environment very well, I used to do all those things. I learned how to pound fufu because that's my favorite food.
His biggest challenge, being visually impaired, he says, was when he went job hunting after school.
My biggest challenge is when people doubt your abilities and capabilities. Probably you go somewhere and you want to do something, or you go to look for a job and then people don't take your certificate into consideration, but they take your disability into consideration. They tell you can't do the job rather than looking at your certificate. That's very, very challenging because you don't know how to even prove yourself when they don't give you the chance to prove yourself. So that is why I always say that when a person with disability comes to you for employment, you need to check his certificate, find out to see what he says he can do, and then if his certificate qualifies him, why not? You have to take him on. A typical day for me moving around, if I know my surroundings very well, I don't have a problem. I go everywhere without any aid. You know, every visually impaired person, if he knows his surroundings very well, he's able to move around, you know, even run if he has to run. But then when you take him to a new environment, then he becomes a bit challenged. But then when he gets to that place and then he keeps, maybe for about, maybe if I should move to a different environment, if I stay there for maybe probably a week or two, I'll be able to know that environment very well and move around freely.
So, how does the blind survive in this technology-driven world?
We use the same phones everybody uses. Like I use an Apple phone, and then there is a speech software on every Apple phone, and it's not only on this phone, but if you update, if you turn it on, it comes on. So probably whatever you want to do, it tells you. If maybe you want to check the time, it tells you the time. 3:17 p.m. and then Monday 25th November. So it tells me the missed call I have. I can go to WhatsApp. Yeah. So if I'm going to my chats, I have messages coming from different groups. Vision Connect, Adult Chat Room, and I love reading a lot of novels from WhatsApp. There's a group I'm in that they send stories and all that, and I enjoy reading those stories. So with this assistive technology, that's the voiceover, it makes you access the phone to its fullest. You go to WhatsApp, Facebook, if you want to check other things on your phone, respond to emails and all that, it helps you do those things. With the laptop, I have also assistive technology on it, and that's the same normal laptops that everybody buys. So I just install a software on it. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech, and with this JAWS software, it tells you whatever you are doing on the laptop. So what I do, if I'm coming on air, I have an extra sound card, so that we divide the sound into two. So if you can zoom, this is the extra sound card, so that the speech software doesn't go on air. So now the speech software will be in my headset, which will be telling me whatever I'm doing, and then the JAWS, the music would be playing. The speech access, the speech software is called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. Nothing is difficult unless if you put your mind to it. A friend of mine who I was mostly using the CD players, and CDs can be a bit problematic because sometimes it's a long time you've played that particular CD. When you put it in the player, it doesn't play properly, it starts skipping. So a friend of mine who is visually impaired, he told me that no, we can also use the laptop. So he has been doing it. He's called Raphael. And then Raphael, I sent my laptop to him, and then he set it up for me. And he himself set up the virtual DJ the way it will be comfortable for persons with visual impairment to use.
Even though Selassie says he does not wish to change anything about his condition except God wills it, there was one time in his life he hoped for the gift of sight.
I remember one time I was sick. I went to the hospital, and then it was very late. I was around 15, 14. I was a teenager, and then when I got to the hospital, the doctor said he wouldn't administer any drug to me because I'm visually impaired unless we go and then run a lab test. And we were talking about 11 p.m. So, you know, my mom was telling him that, well, I normally come to that hospital and then drugs are administered to me. So, but if he said that, then at least he should give a painkiller to let the pain subside. And if he wants to do the lab test, they can do it. He says no, he's not going to give any painkiller. He doesn't want to administer any drug unless we do the lab test. Yes, I know doctors have their own jobs and all that, but then if you want to do a lab test and at 11 o'clock the person is ill and is throwing up, it's just very, very unfortunate. So the next day we went there and we met a doctor who knew me, and he himself was very, very appalled by the behavior of that doctor. I just like how God created me. You see, in life you don't have to say, oh God, I wish I was this, I wish I was that. This will sound a bit controversial, but for instance, most times when you go to church or a place, when the pastors see you, they want to pray that your eyes you open and all that. But well, God can do a miracle and open people's eyes, but well, most of the time when you ask most blind people, that's not their priority. Most of us want probably our jobs to want God to help us in our jobs, and then want God to also give us some cash, some money to take care of our family. That's all that we want, you know. So well, that's what it is. But yeah, I believe God has his own plan for everybody.
Ever wondered where he got the name DJ Odo? Well, he tells us now.
DJ Odo, when I was in the university, my nickname was Odo Doctor. And then, you know, the Odo Doctor, when people want to do their love connections and things, I give them certain steps to follow, and most of the time the steps ends up in positivity. So you know, people started calling me Odo Doctor, and when I got into radio, I added a DJ to it because I've graduated from Odo Doctor to DJ Odo.
The Love Doctor is married with 2 beautiful children and says his impairment does not affect his duties as a father in any way.
He was a young guy who was looking for love, and he tried some were not so, they didn't work, and then kept trying, and then finally I met my wife, and then the two of us fell in love with each other, and the whole thing just started working out for us. The thing is, definitely if you want to woo a woman, it takes some time. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to pray about it. I'm going to do all those things. So those ones came, and then we crossed those stages, and then we went to where she agreed. But you know, some of the family members were in disagreement. Some of the extended family members, and it was a whole lot of issues. But then we had to educate them. We had to talk to them, and then they understood. And then the marriage kicked off. We had to. I got married 2016 September 3rd. I have 2 children. I have a 2-year-old boy, and then a 1-month-old baby boy. I do what every father does for his son or his daughter. My 2-year-old boy says, sometimes when my wife is busy, I bath him, I dress him up and all that. I wear his diapers for him. And he loves me so much. Anytime he sees me, he says, "Daddy." He even wants me to be bathing him. So that's how it is. It's just interesting.
It's good to be back home again.
Oh, it's not been easy, but you know, with God on our side, we sailed through, because especially when I was looking for a job and I couldn't get, and you have to go from one radio station to another, and then that was a bit challenging, because I felt my dream to be a presenter would be dashed. But then by God's grace, it wasn't dashed, and here we are in the studios of Unique 95.7, and you interviewing me. Disability is in the mind. Whatever you want to do, you have to start from the mind. If you aim at doing something, just put all your strength, and then, you know, put God also in it, and then you'll be able to do it. Sometimes you'll meet people who will tell you can't do it, but focus on the people who tell you can do it, and focus on yourself. Be positive all the time and tell yourself, yes, I can, and then you'll be able to do it. And that's a Christmas piece from the camp of Christy Lane, and this is where I'd love to thank you so much for joining me on the program Lunch on Unique. You know, Unique FM is your official Christmas station, so just stay tuned. We have more for you as Christmas approaches. My name is Sikanku. I love you so much, especially you. Bye for now.
So the church was quiet at night. Forgive them, Lord, they must have lost.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
What we look out for in a partner when it comes to matters of the heart. Whether thick or slim, tall or short, handsome or beautiful, they must meet our expectations somehow. But have you asked yourself this question? Would you date yourself if you came as the opposite gender? Got an answer? Let's talk about the questions where you need to ask yourself before going into a relationship and whether it is right to lower your expectations when it comes to matters of the heart. I am Paulina Deda Opoku. This is Mons and Cuddles. We'll be right back. It's good to have you back on Mons and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV. We're back again, and today I have been joined by one of our finest guests. He's always made it a point to grace our show, Mystic Mike. He is the managing editor of blackpepper.com. Mike, welcome back.
Many thanks, Paula.
And I also have a fine lady here, the only queen, Quenita.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Quenita is also a writer. And today, I know he's going to give you in-depth, detailed, because the conversation is going to be very engaging.
Certainly.
Right?
Certainly.
That we can promise our viewers.
Certainly.
Great. Mystic.
Yeah?
Would you date yourself if you came in the version of an opposite gender?
Why wouldn't I? What's there not to like? I have many attributes that convince my good self that I would love to date myself were I a woman. You know, I'm affable, I'm humorous, I'm caring, I'm open-minded, I'm not prone or given to violence. I'm not going to beat and kill you. I'm not going to beat and maim you. I'm not going to cause you irreparable damage. or any damage at all, as it were, you know. And I reckon that any man were there to find me, had I come as a woman, would have been truly fortunate to have had me.
Mr. Are you also considering the role that if you came as a woman you are going to play? Are you okay with those roles? And how should I list them?
I do not see any problem at all, my good lady. I reckon that even with the very painful ones, those who shout and cry, those who can lay even on their backs, those who can even lay, you know, on their melons, even the most painful ones, those who can go to work, who are nearly disabled, those who even, you know, ease on themselves, even amidst all of that, they continue to exist. They live their lives. And I reckon that it should not be a reason why anyone, if they had a choice, will say, I don't want to come as a female. I think I would have braved the odds.
Nita, would you date yourself if you came as a man?
100%.
Let's give me the reasons why you think you would have been a better man.
For me, I think that I'm a very understanding person. I'm open-minded. I'm not judgmental. I'm quite affable. I'm also fun to be with, you know. I'm also quite social, and I'm generous. I'm kind. I'm generous. I have empathy. So if I came as a man, definitely I'll date myself.
Why would you not date yourself if you came as a man? Mr. What would you say?
I'm very humorous, as you might know. I'm creative. I can set a crowd on fire. I'm an MC as well, so I could make people laugh and all that. But I can also, and I wouldn't feel anything missing at all. So what I might change might be that I would be more outgoing, go out there and explore, you know, venues, and, you know, get to taste, you know, people the more.
So when it comes to cooking, you got it?
Of course. Yeah, at home, we're raised, myself and my sister Joyce, you know, were raised together as partners. You know, in our home, there was no dedicated job for a male or a female. You know, we washed together. I washed the first one, she washed the second and dried. If it's a place, I wash the first one, she will rinse it and all that. And we had demarcated, you know, roles or duties. You know, sometimes this week you sweep, you handle the sweeping duties. Another time you handle this. So it was rotated. So it was, women, I'm not a woman, I won't do this. No, I didn't have any of those problems. So, I mean, I think if any man should have had me, if I came a woman,
as a girlfriend,
he would have been very fortunate indeed.
Okay. Nita, but then are there any reasons why you wouldn't have dated yourself if you came as a man?
I'm free-spirited, so I don't like to be cowed. And because of that, I also don't know how to kowtow to people, you know. I'm not sheepish. I don't have a sheepish demeanor. I'm a very confident person. I don't have a sheepish demeanor.
So if you are a man, you are, with the submissions that you gave, like, you know, you're not sheepish, stuff like that, would you be able to love your, you know, your woman fully?
Being sheepish means you are subservient. I am not a subservient person. If you find me not being assertive, it's because I choose not to. Do you understand?
And that's just fine.
It is not because I feel intimidated or I'm being sheepish or I'm being subservient. No, it's because I choose not to.
I asked the question, I threw the question up, would you date yourself if you came as, you know, the opposite gender? And then I had response for like 3 women, and they were like, hey, with the money that I'm earning, if I came as a man, what will I even be getting to even help or assist my woman? So when it comes to that, we can't. So now they have come to realize that, hey, then the role that men play wasn't easy, because you're always going like, okay, give me money, support me with this. But then now, if you were supposed to take the seat as a man, now they are coming to realize, will I be able to fend for? Not to say that they are not working, they are working, but then for the whole thing, school fees, stuff like that, all the things that men do, now they've come to mistake. Now they are seeing how it is to be a man.
Of course. I mean, Even in the home, there's division of labor.
Yeah.
There's an agreement among the couple that we need to, mark things so that we can have a generally well-balanced home. So the man will take certain duties, largely financial. He takes, in most homes, the male will take the most of the financial burden, the apparels of the woman, the other things. Even though the woman works, they will tell you, I'm your wife. It's your responsibility for me to look good. And so more often the women play the supportive role after the man has done all those things, and perhaps there's some other thing that the woman says, I'll take this one. But of course it's not in every Ghanaian home. There are some homes where the women take the larger chunk of the burden. But if you generally look at our Ghanaian, family life, often it is the men who have the larger income disposability.
Generally, men are providers. Okay, generally, men are providers. You see, because of the current dispensation of feminism and the quest or the campaign for female equality, the gendered roles is being confused in the conversation. There are roles that are gendered roles. Okay. I know that what I am saying right now will rub feathers, but it's the truth, it's the fact. There are gendered roles. So unless we begin to have that kind of conversation, for us to stop confusing everything and let us distinguish and let us accept that we have roles that are gendered. Okay, then we'll be having this kind of problems. Because see, let me tell you something. No matter how financially independent a woman is, okay, for as long as she's in a relationship or she's married, okay, once there is the presence of a male figure in her life, he provides. He may not be the highest earner between the two of them, but he will provide. Maybe something like paying for utility, you get me. Simple basic things. By the mere fact that they are men, okay, they are providers. Women manage the household. Look, let me tell you, feminists themselves are, how do they call it, are not financially independent in their relationships. Even those that are financially independent, they are not financially independent in their relationships. They are the ones who even are big on, they even have the most problem if their men do not provide for them financially. Hey, Nita. I know feminists who have left. I know feminists. I have male friends whose wives are feminists, and their wives left them because they were not earning the income that they used to earn before. And these are men, their wives are very strong women, strong, independent, well-educated financial women. I mean, very, very financially independent women. But they left their husbands simply because he had come to a point where he's unable to afford the kind of lifestyle that they are used to. And these are feminists. Do you get me?
Lisa, I get it. But then back to our questions where we're asking whether you date or not date yourself. Mystic, do you go into a relationship with the mindset that I want my partner to be like me?
I've told you that I'm humorous. I'm a humor merchant. Okay. Now, I would appreciate it if I found a woman who could enjoy a joke, a good joke. You know, because what's the point in cracking a joke and not having anyone to laugh with you?
Okay.
So I would appreciate a woman who appreciates a good gesture. All right. I would love that, you know. But it would also be nice if she herself is also quite humorous. So on that note, if I found someone who was also cast in that mold, that would be beautiful. I would love to see some variety. I told you that you know, I can keep to myself, mind my business. It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt a fly if I found a woman who was more adventurous and who could also, you know, I say, Mike, let's go on this. Let's go to this park.
So for your kind of relationship, you don't want the lady to be all introvert. Like at least you have to be, you know.
You know, it helps.
It helps.
It helps if she had an adventurous streak. You know, it will help. You know, so that ideally I wouldn't come out of my coil to want to go to Mount Afajato. But if I were with a woman who said, Mike, come on, have you ever been to Mount Afajato?
Baby, let's go.
And I said, well, darling, I've never been to Mount Afajato.
Okay.
And I said, come on now, Sonny, let's go to Mount Afajato.
You do that.
I would do that, you know, and I could also get to scale the mountain, you know.
I see. But Anita, how do you handle a situation where your partner doesn't possess all the characteristics or all the features that you want in your man?
There are things I look out for. I have boxes that I tick. And if in ticking the boxes I get 60%, it's good enough. Yes, it's good enough. But I also have my don'ts that I do not, I will never compromise on, which I call my red flags. Once I see traits, I won't even wait to see the deed. Yes. So once I see traits of the red flags, then for me,
I think you should look at things you can tolerate, and then things that are deal breakers. You know, because we are not perfect.
Yes.
But can I stomach this? Can I tolerate this? And then things that are deal breakers. I'm not going to take a man who deals narcotics, who is a dealer, because eventually he will land in Sawam, and you might also follow. You know, and a man who is not prone to reckless violence, you know, or a person who is prone to reckless violence.
Okay, Mike, hold on to that scenario. Then we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Mons and Cuddle continues.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from that quick break. So today our guests, Quinita and Mystic Mike, have explained why they would date themselves if they came as the opposite gender. But you at home, I don't know if you've answered that question. But Nita, you know, with all the things that we look out for in our partners, is there anything like a perfect match? And if that is not the case, do you have to compromise when you meet someone that, you know, want to start a relationship or eventually marry?
There is nothing like a perfect match, but then as two individuals who come together to become a couple, you complement each other in the sense that what your strengths, okay, complement or sorts of, for lack of a better word, overshadows the weakness of your partner, and your partner's strength overshadows your weakness. So when the two of you come together, then it looks, or it is said that you're a perfect match because you complete each other very well. You get it. Now, for me, I say that when you tolerate someone, you actually get tired of tolerating the person. So I say that you compromise. You see, no, you compromise.
But is there a limit to it?
Well, you see, we are prone to make mistakes. But what I gathered is that do not make fatal mistakes, because the consequences will be very dire. So if you have a little sister or brother or siblings or whatever it is, the admonition to them is, as you will grow, you will make mistakes. Or if you were a parent and you were, or if I were a parent and I was to advise or counsel young ones, my own case or whatever, as a boy, I'll tell you, look, you can want to go out there and explore what is this kissing thing and all that. But the only thing is this: if you go and impregnate someone, know that there's a price to pay for it. So you can do things, but there are limits to these things. If you were a woman or a girl and you got yourself pregnant in GHS, SHS, you should know that your advancement will be derailed. You can get it back, but it will cost you time, if not anything else. So in selecting partners, the thing is, whom or which sets of attributes have I found in such person? And that for the long haul, because often it is the long haul. If it is a one-night stand, who cares? If from the club you meet someone, you bang, who cares? But it is for the long haul. And so for the long haul, which sets of attributes am I seeking that are on the priority list? Okay. So for me, for instance, I'm going to look at the physical attribute. Do I find you sexy enough? Because the reason why you will become my intimate partner is, and not the others, not my schoolmates, my neighbor, females in the neighborhood or whatever, is a physical attraction. Okay. Because that's the case, because there are many females around. But why is it going to be you? You must be someone when I sleep and wake and I look, I say, God damn.
I'm saying, what if old age sets in and everything bows down to gravity?
No, old age will come, but it would have run its course.
Okay.
I would have drunk from your fountain.
So from now,
for 30
enjoyment.
years, for 30 years, I would have suckled your breast. The breast that would drive me crazy. So physical attraction is key for me.
Okay.
But then also is a woman who can handle her business in the kitchen. Because I'm looking at when we birth, many people take it for granted. But the reason why many children gravitate towards their mothers, and on Mother's Day you hear so much noise, and when children who grew under the same roof as under the care of their fathers and mothers, when they are bringing gifts, they bring so much to their mothers and not their fathers. It's basically food. It's feeding. Because you remember who fed you. And so if you're a woman and you can't cook, that's a terrible thing. Because your children, your very children, why do you think they bring so much gift to the mothers? Because the feeding. Children remember who fed them. You can say you're going to get a chef. You can say you're going to get a cook. Yeah. But I'm telling you that interaction that you have with your children, that when your children come from school, they run to your kitchen. Mommy, what is available? Mama, what did you cook? And a woman who has that ability, who has the skill set to cook rice today and tomorrow can bake a cake or a pie, has the ability to you are like a magician in the mind's eye of your children. And people take it for granted.
I will not dispute that, because there was this guy I dated before. When him and I met and we started dating, he only ate out. His kitchen was not set up. The kitchen only has the sink to wash hands, then the plates. But he didn't have a stove, nothing. His kitchen was not, no cooking utensils, nothing. I made a suggestion that, you know what, why don't you just get a small tabletop stove that, you know, you can use to prepare. Sometimes you may feel like eating something, or maybe when I come over, you know,
I can do a gravy.
you know, he's still the, yes. So me, I was like, okay, well, I was just, So I was there one day, we were having a conversation. He asked me if I wouldn't mind making a meal for him. Okay. And I said, oh, okay, no problem. So I was like, hey, this one day, where did I go and sleep? You know. Then another time, we were there, and then he was like, I should go on the net and find out the prices of stoves. That he wants a stove with an oven. I was like, you know. So then I figured because I made a suggestion, in his mind, maybe giving him instructions or something. So he wanted it to be his decision to make.
At his own time.
So eventually, yes, we set up the kitchen. He bought the stove and, you know, the utensils. Like, we set up the kitchen and everything. And I started cooking, you know, and he stopped eating out. He got used to coming home to a cooked meal, okay? And he stopped eating out to the point that when he goes out, and I mean, he works for himself. So in the morning, of course, you have his tea or whatever beverage he wants to have. Then he will go to town, go and do whatever he has to do. Then he will come home, come and have lunch, go to town again. And then he will get, so now, so from 8 p.m., that's when he will get back home. He will not eat till he gets home to come and eat his meal.
So you agree with what Mystic is saying, that good food will let the children, so it's like you love the home, you always want to come back. All right. Yes. But then we were talking about the fact that there's no perfect man, stuff like that. But then let's not ignore the fact that nobody is perfect has contributed to people settling with partners where initially they shouldn't have. Because you're always saying that, oh, you cannot find all on all in your man. But people end up in a relationship, ignore all the red flags. Now you are in the relationship. They're abusive, they're going to be abusive, but you're saying that, oh, so far as he provides for you, nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect has led people into jail because they did something out of pain and all that. So with the nobody is perfect thing, how do you deal with it?
There are things you wouldn't know. There are things you wouldn't know because even parents don't know all that is going on in the lives of their wards. Paula, there are things your mom does not know about you. There are things your dad does not know about you, because the way we are, we present what we want people to see. So you present a version of yourself to your mom when you realize that she's of a certain stock. If your mom was a very Christianized woman, and her upbringing was all about morality, and now that you've grown, gone to university, explored the world, tasted things, you still wouldn't want to give her a shocker. You wouldn't want her to know that her darling daughter is a master of giving DJs. You shield that from her.
That's your secret.
You see, and so in her minds, some mothers even think their sons and daughters are virgins. And they go bragging to their friends. Oh, my baby, you're a virgin.
They never
my baby,
know.
You're a virgin. So
they know what is going on.
I say park this one, I say area where you know, kwesi mansa or a champion. You know, but therein lies the reality of life. And so people who were murdered by their partners never thought for once that their partners would murder them. For many of them, they never knew that.
But when you see an abuser can never
they give you the
hide.
No, what I'm saying is self-preservation is the first rule. You your preservation should be your topmost duty. That in anything you are engaging with, to preserve your life should be key. That's why when you are in a trotro or in a taxi and the driver is speeding, it behoves on you to tell the driver, slow down, driver turbo, because that can extinguish your life. Okay? So what I'm saying is this: if you meet someone that you want to have an association with, you must be observant. Despite the information they are relaying to you, you must do your background checks. Okay. And any other thing that is hidden should not be fatal. Anything that they hide from you should not be fatal to you.
But the point also is that you can't even fully know somebody. You can't know somebody completely. Even if you've been married to somebody for 60 years, you would wake up one morning and the person would exhibit something and you go like, damn, I've been with you for 60 years. I never knew you. I mean, you are capable of doing this, or you had these characteristics. Because you see, things happen, right? And sometimes our actions are reactions and not necessarily actions. So sometimes our actions are reactions. And so until we find we find ourselves in a situation that makes us react in a certain manner, you will never know that the person has the capability of expressing that characteristics or whatever. So, I mean, you can't know. You can't fully know a person.
But Mistake, my question, the point I'm trying to raise is that nobody is perfect has led people to settle for less, if I put it that way, because maybe the man might be providing for you, but you have gone for a test drive, maybe you've been sexually involved, and you know that, oh, maybe the manhood that they carry is not your spec. So, but you still go ahead and like, oh, he provides for me. They say nobody is perfect. That is just his non-so.
Nobody's perfect.
Then you go and marry, then you start
point
cheating.
That needs to be clear to everyone is that when we say nobody's perfect, we mean we are not saints. Okay. We are not saints. We are mortals. We are mortals after all. So you see, nobody's perfect. It means you will not have someone who will live like a god or a deity or a saint or an angel or whatever it is. You are a mortal. And so you are subject to the wear and tear of a living being. And so that's why sometimes I laugh at those people who say, Eduakra or any das was say you tryna obi fifi into na wunipa. But they forget that wunipa no, you can't grow your limbs. When it is cut, you can't regrow your limbs as a tree does. And so that how do you call comparison is a misplaced one. That trees have an ability that we don't. And it should tell you the limitness of your mortality. Okay? But also, critically, is that when you say, oh, nobody's perfect, or I know this thing is not to my fitting, or I know this thing is not to my spec, or what I would have loved it to be, but I have no choice. And so let me bear with it. That's a different matter.
And you've agreed to bear with it.
That's a different matter, because with the very enlarged, how do you call it, phallus, that's the example you gave. If it is about just the phallus, and that all other things are equal, the economics say, the economic people say, all economists say, all other things being equal, if you find a man, and on your initial test drive, you find that this man is heavy bonded, this is Juan Lu, this is a man who can dip through, who can slice through your well, and you'll be leaking and all that. But then all other attributes measure up, are up there. Then you find out, it's your responsibility to now find out how can this situation be managed? How can it be contained? And there are many women who will give you examples. There are many people who tell you on their initial drive, they couldn't bear it. But with time, the only thing is this, that if all other things are equal, and it's only with something that you are so unsure of, let that thing not be a fatal thing that can cost you your life. Okay. So perhaps he has everything else, but like Kwame Eugene, he can't dress to save his life.
Hey, Mr. This table you are
You know,
shaking.
he has everything else, but for Kwame Eugene, he can't dress to save his life, or he has everything else, but like Ofria Ponsa, he can't perform a live performance to save his life, or a Daddy Lumba to give a live performance to save his life. You know, of course, these are things you can.
That's not to say they are no good. They are good enough, but then there are
But these are recording artists.
Nita, you were asking me about your specs. Just as Mike was telling us that at least the physical appearance, there are some things that people look
First
for.
and foremost, I don't date a man who has a big dick.
Reasons. Some girls will kill for that.
Well, if
Nita, at least explain. I'm very interested.
Biggest relative. So how many inches are you talking?
Police Abba.
Like 12 inches, 10 inches. So what inch works for you? What inches are you working with?
I mean, I don't know the inch sizes, but I mean...
When you see it, you will know.
Yes.
Okay.
So it was not working for you?
Big dicks, no.
They scare you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
No comment. All right, so let's continue.
Okay, so that's one.
They scare you?
Oh, yeah.
So what other thing?
And you see, most men with big dicks, half of the time don't even know what to do with it.
Yeah, because it's like, hey, I'm here, I have it.
They don't know
what
what
else?
to do
They're like,
with it.
what else?
They don't know what to do with it. So, and
they expect you to
they
worship
end up even bruising you.
Yeah. Okay, but then how true is that session that opposites attract?
Of course. Oh, there are examples. Examples are around.
You can't marry somebody, or you can't be in a relationship with somebody that you have nothing in common. Do you understand what? There must be a tie that binds both.
So how about Mr. John Kufuor and Mama Teresa?
They are both of the same.
They also both of the same stock.
Yes.
Also measured.
Yeah.
Not rambunctious.
It's true.
Yeah, you see.
But at least you say that Kufuor is, outspoken a bit.
Because Mama, you wouldn't hear much from Mama.
Kufuor is a lawyer, so and a politician. So when you see his demeanor, okay, you see he's a man of very few words, but per his path, he has to cultivate. Yes, he has to cultivate that characteristic.
How about Mama Rebecca?
And the wife is a nurse. So
Mama Rebecca and Nana is quite also expressive, and I think Mama Rebecca for the larger part is quite reserved. So I think they have that opposite contrast going for them. So,
the list can go on and on, but let's take a quick break and we'll return shortly.
All right now.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Still watching Moans and Cuddles here on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paulina Deda Upuku. So today, Mystic Mike and Queen Nita, the only queen, only Medasi Webre, has been helping us to do the discussion. The question is just simple. We're finding out if you would date yourself if you came out as the opposite gender. Mistake.
Yes.
You've said that you would have played the role better and you would have even loved to date yourself if you came out as a woman. But then what are some special traits that you find in yourself that you think that if you women should have, it will help in their relationship or marriages?
Well, it pays to be reasonable. Be a reasonable person. You know, when you are a fan of mafioso films or novels, the mafia in Italy, Sicily, you'll find that I'm a fan of Mario Puzo's works. Mario Puzo's works, The Last Dawn, and all the others. And then they to tell you that one of the Dawn said, I cannot reason with an unreasonable man. And if you cannot reason with an unreasonable man, that's your end. He'll kill you. But no matter what happened, if he can reason with you and you can reason with him, there will be a way out. And so I picked that traits that in what you do, deal with reasonable people. It will save you time, it will save you money, it will save you embarrassment. You know, when the scandals break out, people say we ought to choose people we do things with wisely, even with cheating. You know, when some of these cheating things broke out, they say, now we seeking now when to me and for bar or you're discreet. So in all things, take a reasonable person or deal with a reasonable person. There are people who have been involved sexually with married men for eons, several moons, many moons, but no noise has been heard because their partners have been discreet. It isn't that issues do not come up, but when they come up, we sit down. How do we solve this? What's the way out? That's the way to go. And so for me, a man or a woman should be reasonable. That's number one. Number two, they should have an honest means of making money. If you're a man, if you're a woman, if you are seeking for love, are you an honest maker of money? Because if you're not, eventually what will happen is that the long arms of the law will catch up with you. And if the long arms of the law catches up with you, can you prove, you the partner, that you were unaware of the dealings of your corrupt or thieving or diabolic partner? So you can live large. But if the law caught up with you, can you prove that me name Hoshe? Na me name Hoshe? And so in looking as a man or a woman, you know, deal with people who have honest means of making their money. That one, when you sleep, you can sleep well at night. That one, when you are passing, people will not be throwing things at you. Say, they seek a fee, them no more talking, no plenty talking. They know way or your business way. Look at the various luxury cars that some of these notable people drive. But they are hailed in society because people see the businesses they do. So when they are attacking politicians, they don't come to them.
Right. So you've listed being reasonable and the fact that your dealings must be legit in the business that you do. Okay. Nita, what are some traits that you have that set you apart from the many?
One of the things I can't deal with is to be left hanging and not get closure. Okay. Yes, I like to have closure. I mean, I think that it's only meaningful and respectful that it's only cowards who walk out of a relationship without being bold enough to tell their partner that they are no longer interested. Any man, and I say it without reservation, any man that has ghosted the woman, any man that has walked out of a relationship without telling the woman that he's no longer interested is a coward. A very big coward. The very same way that you approached the woman and expressed your interest to her, approach the woman again and tell her that you are no longer interested. Do you get me? Even if you wouldn't meet with her one-on-one. You can do it over a phone call or even via text message. At least do the honorable thing. Give the person closure.
I read.
Because you've been wondering, what is it?
Just yesterday, I read somewhere that don't awaken the love of a woman only to abandon her or something to that effect.
Yes.
I think I read it. There is a coward who awakens the love of a woman and then just leaves her. So if you know you don't love her, do not go awakening her love. Let her love sleep.
And it's dialogue. If you think that there's something that doesn't meet your expectation, just tell me that instead of
you see, eventually, of course, the person will be hurt. The person might cry.
They'll cry. It's better they cry.
Tantrums and all that. But at the end of the day,
it was sinking.
After going through whatever they've gone through, they have their closure, and then they would come to the realization that indeed it's over. Do you get me? So for me, it's dialogue, and people should learn to talk. When you're in a relationship with someone and the person does something and you don't like it, instead of giving the person attitude, talk.
That's the trait, like
yes, talk.
And talking does not mean you shouting, crossing the scene. You can sit as adults and point it out that, my love, the way you spoke to me at the supermarket, I didn't like or something.
I've been through abusive relationships. I've been verbally, psychologically, emotionally, and physically abused. So my trigger is when I'm shouted at. When you shout at me, it triggers me and puts me in a defensive mood, because my mind is telling me that I'm being abused, because I've gone through verbal abuse. You get me? I don't like to be shouted at. So when you are shouting, for me, when my partner is shouting at me, I keep quiet. When you continue, when I keep quiet, I expect you to just stop. Yes. So when you don't and you continue to shout at me, I become aggressive. Okay, I would shout, I would talk back at you in a very disrespectful manner and become aggressive. So for instance, if let's say you are holding something, like, okay, let's say if I wanted to give you something, because you are shouting at me, I can just throw it at you, not hit you as saying, but as saying, take it, something like that. So like he said, dialogue, talk. If I've done something and you don't like, for Christ's sake, talk to me. I know we all get, I'm not saying that.
And we should normalize that when we commit blunders
we should
or
say
mistakes,
sorry, apologize.
And our partners sit us down and point it out, and you are in the wrong, you should accept your mistake. Because people tend to be like, oh, this was just nothing. We say, exactly. So if your partner, it gets your partner so much that they call you and sit you down like, bro, or beba, or nana, or katechi, or whatever it is.
Daddy.
Zazie. I didn't like the way you spoke to me. I didn't like it.
Just say sorry.
And you know that indeed you had spoken out of turn to your partner. That opportunity is the right time to apologize and say you would watch yourself not to repeat it. And then when you accept that, your partner also says, beautiful, that's all I wanted. Let's move on. That's maturity. That's adults dealing with adults. That's not a baby or a child throwing tantrums, sleeping on rolling on the floor. I want biscuit. I want this. That's adult business. That's why when you have no business being an adult, don't go into a relationship.
But Anita, when it comes to dating and finally settling down to marry someone that you think is right for you, do we say that we do all that to feel better or be better?
Let us not impose what we think should inform people's decision. As long as it does not break the law it is not criminal.
My GSS people,
do you get me?
A lot of the females have married, but the males only a handful have.
So for somebody, the defining decision or the factor that informs marriage is money. For someone, is beauty. Character is not part of it. You get it. For someone, it is sex. For someone, it is character. That is why you can see a very handsome man married to a non-beautiful woman. I don't want to, nobody, yes. Yes, a non-beautiful woman. You get me? Or with a non-handsome man as a husband. You see, there are so many things that informs people's decision in choosing or deciding to settle down with their partner.
Right. But then in previous times, in the case where maybe someone is rich, a man or woman is rich, and then they are dating or a partner who is not well-to-do. Now that kind of looks like it's just in movies because the rich ones are marrying the rich ones.
It has
to that
always
level.
been like that.
No, Nita. If we'll be honest, previously, you know, there might be a man who is highly educated but settles for a woman who has never been in the classroom before, and then they start a family maybe along the line. Why is the case? Why has it changed?
In those times, when literacy started, most of the marriages that took place was arranged. Most of the marriages that took place at that time was arranged. But when literacy became established, right, they were marrying amongst, the aristocrats were marrying amongst themselves. The educated were marrying amongst themselves.
Mistake on the part of that. Do you see that happening in a modern Ghana?
Well, it's a two-pronged thing for me. The wealthy marry among themselves. That's an established fact. Because no wealthy person wants to lose their wealth. They want to accumulate it further.
But apart from that, apart from that, it also has to do with circles.
Yeah, that's what I'm coming to.
It has to do with circles.
That's what I'm coming to.
Because those who attend, let's say, GIS, okay, they go for sleepovers, you know, they go for parties, they go for events and stuff like that in their circles. For you who attended Nyankpulugu DA, you get it. You don't have access unless maybe when you got to university, you happen to make friends with someone who attended GIS. But that is even very rare. So it's mostly with the circles.
When you start going to school, the caliber of school you go to would determine the exposure that you get. It's not only with Ghanaians only, even with other nationals. So that club is there. But then also there are those who are wandering souls. So the person might have come from a wealthy class, but then will go against the grain, will be the exception and say, yes, all of this is not to my taste. I've seen a beans seller's daughter who dresses, keeps herself very, attractive, even though she's from a lowly or a humble beginning. But then the beauty of that girl cannot be denied. And so I'm going against the admonition of my father, my mother, my aunties, my co-menenes, and I said, it is her I want.
Someone will say it only happens in Ghanaian movies.
No, it does happen. It does happen.
Is love or relationship a shared responsibility?
Of course.
All right. So if that is the case and you came in as the opposite gender, are you going to be able to assume that responsibility?
I would be able to. I'm not stingy. I'm not stingy with my money.
So as a woman, you would have been able to share with your...
I would be able to support the house. Okay. I will be able to buy things for my children. Okay. When I see clothing, I won't wait and say, no, I wouldn't be doing that. I'll buy things. I'll even buy food for the house. I would be a wife who would can surprise my husband, even with gifts. I wouldn't go for the singlets and the handkerchiefs. I'll go an extra mile, find out what he really likes. If it's some good quality liquor, You know, I'll get him if it's whiskey or brandy, if it's something, or I find that he likes a certain leisure sport or leisure.
You didn't mention socks, so you can add socks.
A certain.
They say they don't like the boxers.
It says boxers. It says that boxers and singlet.
But then you need it. I don't know why you guys find a problem.
It's what socks you are buying. What kind of socks are you buying?
There's
a declare socks.
Yeah, I've seen
There's a declare socks. Are you going to buy those things that people carry on their DC socks, and nylon socks and all that? No.
7 for 5.
No, exactly. So if it's a quality material and you take it and say, wow, this is a thoughtful gift.
So with men, your issue is not with the boxers
items,
and singlets,
no.
but it's the quality of the things that we present.
If a woman buys you a Fruit of the Loom boxes, goddamn, even you, some of the men cannot even buy a Fruit of the Loom boxes. A Fruit of the Loom boxes is going to cost you money. You know, so if you were to bring me a Fruit of the Loom singlet or boxes, and I say, goddamn, baby.
This one, I like this kind. It. Okay.
So it's not the Chinese one you wear one day, tomorrow they aren't torn.
If I buy the boxes and the briefs and you not wear it, I'll wear my own thing.
We even look good in the briefs.
See, because they are men underwears are most comfortable.
Oh, it's true.
They are most comfortable. They are more comfortable. It's very comfortable. If you want to be a happy man, then your wife has to be happy. And women understand only 3 languages. The first language is money. The second language is money. The third language is money.
Still money.
Yes, because love is sweetest. Love is sweetest when there is money.
Davido will say, love is sweet, oh. When money enter, love is sweet.
Yes, love is sweetest when there is money. And you show your affection even more when there is money. Men become irritable when they don't have money. Yeah, men become irritable when they don't have money. So money. So when a man has money, his woman is happy, and he's even happiest.
But you people say Odoye Desinsika.
Who told you?
And whoever
said that is a liar. Whoever said, I said,
because that's the reality on the ground. When that song came out, we were not a capitalist society. But now now it's capitalist society. Everything is money bound, and so now it has to be Odonisika.
When you take a rich couple, and you take a hustling couple, you compare and contrast.
You know, you are
you see that the rich couple look the happiest because money sweet though. Money sweet.
Don't let no one deceive you.
I beg.
Didn't the Bible say money answereth all things?
Yes.
But let's wrap this whole conversation up. Finally, I just want to ask, depending your happiness on someone, is it a safe card?
You can derive joy from people. You can derive joy from people. People can make you smile. People can make you laugh. People can, make you feel good. Okay. But then the ultimate person that can make you happy is yourself.
When you are with someone, okay, you have you are interdependent on each other. Do you get me? So of course you have to find a way of, or your own source of happiness. Like you have to find a source of happiness for yourself, but you are interdependent. When you are in a relationship, you and your partner are interdependent on one another. If the saying that happy yourself is in fact very true as it is, why is it that when you are in a relationship and your partner does something, you feel miserable? It is because you are interdependent on each other. Your happiness, for lack of a better word, your happiness is dependent on your partner, and your partner's happiness is dependent on you. If you are single, then you find your own happiness. Every now and then you want your own space away from your partner. you want your me time, you want your girls' night out or your boys' night out, so you get it. I mean, that is, you still have a life. The fact that you are married or you're in a relationship does not mean that you don't have a life. You still have a life. You still have friends, you still have schoolmates, you still have work colleagues, you still attend functions, you still have church colleagues and all that, you get it. But I'm saying that aside all these social activities and maybe your space, the things you do in your space that makes you, that gives you fulfillment. For instance, maybe reading. Mike likes to read a lot. Okay, so when he's reading and he's in that space, he feels fulfilled. For someone, it's listening to music. For someone, it's watching movie. Of course, we all have something that we do that makes us fulfilled or brings the happiness. But after all that, once you are in a relationship, you are interdependent on your partner.
I must say, I'm honored to have you. Had you here on the show to discuss the topic. We've all explained why you would date yourself if you came as the opposite version. That's just fine. But then before we wrap everything up, I want you to put out your social media handles where we can reach you. Mike.
Okay, so on Facebook, I'm Mystic Mike, MYSTIC Mike, M-I-K-E. Also on Facebook, my website's page is Black Pepper Ghana. Black Pepper is BLAKKPEPPER and then Ghana. On Twitter, I'm on as Mystic Mike, MYSTIQ MIKE at Mystic Mike. And then on Instagram, I'm on as Black Pepper News. You can catch me there. Let's groove. Yeah, that's on Instagram. Black Pepper News GH. Black Pepper News GH. Yeah.
Okay, so on Facebook, you can follow me on Queenita. When you write Queenita, I'm the first that pops up, the only that pops up. And I have a page. I'm a writer. I told you I'm a writer. So I have a page, which is like a blog. I blog my materials on the page. The page is Nita Talks, NITATALKS, Nita Talks. That's for Facebook. And on Instagram, I am Queenita. And then on Twitter, I am Queenita.
Queenita and Mystic Mike.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Many thanks, Paula.
Okay, so as I said earlier, I am Paulina Deda Opoko, and it's always a pleasure having you, because every episode you come, you watch what is going on, and then we are hopeful that at least all the submissions that our guests make, you take the ones that you think you can relate with to spice your marriage or relationship. We'll be back for the next episode on Moons and Cuddles.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he
No,
did.
but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. To be
I
answered.
don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Sano, me yare kakra. I say, "Ubu na wado na fever ne." I say, "Go home for." Look at the ne. Ni efanan ko papa ya otonto ando na on one na ya Japan. And na mama ye amama me ye mle no. Adaman me nya hodin bio.
Me hu jo wo say me war na me nim no. Okay. Na me hia ne da. Na me hu no eni so ade hu. Se ukunu nie.
Me nya be 23 more, 22 more. No, I'm share school now.
Okay.
From class 6. I'm the mensa. And I draw. But we want to both hands. We want some music back on so me draw fast.
Always I appreciate it because how can someone paint with his mouth like M1?